Everybody better fall in love with the blues again because we're all going to be singing the blues here soon. Jesus, man, you can't even get a day off. You can't get a day off without this country doing stupid shit. Like, it should speak volumes to everybody in our government that news of this 800 general gathering in DC is so leaked. Like, first of all, our Secretary of War, such a stupid fucking title, by the way, Secretary of fucking War. The reason why we called it the Department of Defense, not the fucking Department of War, is because we don't like waging war. You want to be seen, you want to be seen as somebody who will fight back, not be viewed as somebody who's a threat. And right now, we're a threat. We didn't need we didn't need a Department of War. We didn't need to make the rest of the world uneasy about our, how shall we say, plans. Like, we're supposed to be, like, Trump's big thing was, I'm gonna end all wars. Trump is claiming he ended wars between countries that were never at war. Like, how do you treat it seriously when your president can't pronounce Azerbaijan? Your president can't even get Armenia right as opposed to Albania. Your president can't pronounce acetaminophen. And the saddest part is, Donald Trump has so many out there followers that people make videos that I have to respond to, and I can't even put it into words.
Guys, you need to stop with Trump. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to make money.
Trump knows how to make money, man. Trump knows how to make money. Somebody said on the YouTube video that I posted, they said Donald Trump has more money than any person watching my YouTube video. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He does. Donald Trump has more money than probably everybody who has ever watched one of my YouTube videos. But it's easy to be successful in life when daddy gives you $3.5 million to buy your first deal. It's easy to be successful when daddy sets you up with a $9 million trust fund. It's easy to be successful when you inherit between $40 and $60 million when your father dies. So it's not about having money. Money makes money. What is it they tell people all the time? Start investing when you're 18 so that by the time you get to the time you want to retire and start looking at a little bit of life, you're going to have more than enough money in the bank. You can do without a lot of things when you're in your 20s. I remember people in my 20s, they were constantly going to the club. Friday night and Saturday night, they were going to the club. And what was really bad is Friday night, they were going to the club. Saturday, they were going to the ball game. Saturday night, they were going to the club. And Sunday, they might go to the ball game. And they're like, why don't you ever come out with us? Well, first of all, I don't have that kind of money. And they're like, yeah, it's not that expensive. You spend $50 at the club. And remember, this is when minimum wage was about $5. So what the group of people that I associated with, on Friday night, they'd spend $50 at the club. Saturday, they'd spend about $50 at the ball game. Saturday night, they'd spend $50 at the club. Sunday, they'd spend about $50 at the ball game. That's $200. Well, minimum wage, and I'm not even joking. Minimum wage for a 40-hour week was about $230. And they're spending $200, and then they're getting to the end of the month and they can't do shit like eat, put gas in the car. Most of them didn't own cars. And they were like, "Oh man, I can't get my feet underneath me." What'd you do this weekend? I went to the Lowe's class on how to cut hardwood flooring, not using that cheap press-in laminate. So I went to that class and I redid my living room. I went to the class on Saturday morning, and then Saturday afternoon, Sunday, I put a hardwood floor in my living room. Why don't we ever hang out at your house? Because you're all a bunch of pigs and slobs. I don't really want you in my house. I had to put in the hardwood floor because the last time I had you fuckheads over, you spilt shit on my carpet that I couldn't get out with the carpet shampooer. So no, we're not hanging out at my house. Man, you have a house, you have a yard, you have a barbecue. We should be hanging out there. No, we shouldn't. And then it was very quickly thereafter that I got rid of that group of friends. You know, on the weekends that, like when I wanted to do something, you know, you have the money, you go to a movie, right? Go to a movie, go to the library, get a book. People don't do that anymore. People don't think about their future. People don't think about what they're going to get into. People don't think about how it's going to how are you going to survive down the road? And that's just, you know, it's a bad situation to be in. I'm going to talk about a video game related one here for a second. Turtle Wow isn't shutting down after Blizzard sued them. I think we have a very interesting future here in video game lawsuits. Blizzard Entertainment files lawsuit against owners of fan-developed Turtle Wow, citing illegal use of official art code and more. The fan-run server hit 44,000 concurrent players before Blizzard stepped in, as Blizzard alleges Turtle Wow used its code, art, and trademarks. Mysteries of Azeroth is a fan-made expansion story for World of Warcraft Vanilla that delves deeper into exploring the original lore of the game. Players can access Mysteries of Azeroth by downloading the free client, with developers accepting but not requiring donations. Our games are built on decades of innovation and creativity, and we take seriously our responsibility to protect the integrity of that work. Turtle Wow's first server launched in 2018, and they referred to Turtle Wow 2.0 as planned to have improved visuals and higher PC requirements. I did see that they're moving it over to Unreal Engine 5. But then Blizzard filed a lawsuit, and these people aren't backing down. I don't think that's incredibly wise. They've said that they're not going to be shutting down, and they're going to continue development. I think that's a really bold, a really, really, really bold move. Because you're going to stand up to the Microsoft legal machine. Because Microsoft owns Blizzard, and Microsoft certainly isn't going to authorize legal action that they don't agree with. So, it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out now with the Pokemon patent, and is Nintendo gonna go after everybody? It's gonna be interesting to see how more and more lawsuits for intellectual property are gonna come into play. It's weird because you would think at this critical moment in life, people would be more concerned about their civil liberties rather than video games. But we're living in a world right now where I don't even think people have been taught what they should care about or why they should care about it. Like, we're living in a world right now where I saw somebody say, they made a really convincing argument. Bill Clinton banned assault weapons and gun murders dropped by 43%. And then Bush and the Republicans allowed assault weapons to come back into common circulation, and gun violence rose by 240 some odd percent. Yeah, that's great. That's correlation. Now prove the causation. Like, yes, to commit gun violence, you need a gun. But, and your feelings will say, oh, well, that proves it. Well, your feelings cause correlation. More accessibility to guns increases gun violence. Sure, absolutely. But why did the assault weapons ban not reduce gun violence by 100%? And then people would say, oh, well, only certain guns were banned. You're right. I hate that we have the ability to log this data and we don't. I hate that we have law enforcement that when they fill out federal reports, they don't always fill out the important part from the social science perspective. How the fuck do you have it where you have like 31% or 37% of the perpetrators of crime are of an unknown race? Like, I don't believe the race is important, and I believe we should get rid of it. But until we actually get rid of it, how the fuck do we not know? How the fuck is it that we're just like, yeah, we're gonna put unknown? Right? Then the numbers all become useless. But you bet your ass that the victim information is never unknown. 35% of perpetrator racial identity is unknown. Like 3% of victim identification is unknown. Well, why is that? Why are we in this particular boat?
Guys, you need to stop a Trump.
No, we don't. We absolutely do not. Let's see. I love when Trump starts talking about politics, because you know he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Radical left rhetoric. The radical left is causing the problem. They're out of control. They're saying things, and they're really dumb people. I mean, I look at Crockett. I look at some of these people. They're very low IQ people, actually. But the radical left is causing this problem, not the right, the radical left. And it's going to get worse, and ultimately it's going to go back on them. I mean, bad things happen when they play these games. And I'll give you a little clue. The right is a lot tougher than the left. But the right's not doing this. They're not doing it, and they better not get them energized, because it won't be good for the left. And I don't want to see that happen either. I'm the president of all the people. But the radical left is causing this. The radical left Democrats are causing this problem.
As opposed to the radical left Republicans?
And it gets worse. It gets worse. And it'll be a point where other people won't take it anymore, and that will not be good for the radical left. And we don't want that.
What the fuck? The man talked for 59 seconds. And he used 59 seconds of speaking time and said nothing. And literally, what was the message there? And then this is why nobody likes this president, right? Nobody likes this president.
Unfairly, as it turns out. Rigged election, you know, he knows about rigged elections better than anybody. But when I was in exile, we were still friends. That's always a good way to find out.
Why would you point to anybody and say he knows about rigged elections? What the fuck is wrong with you? What kind of statesman are you? What kind of statesman are you that you turn around and you point to somebody like, yeah, he knows about rigged elections? Like what the fuck? What directly the fuck is wrong with our president? Why can't we look at issues and solve them? Why can't we say, oh, look at that. We've got the problem now again with Twitch. Twitch has got all the people coming in, all the bots trying to sell followers. I tell content creators to various sizes, buying followers is a stupid. I never understood why people would buy followers anyway. Buying followers is the dumbest thing. You shouldn't buy anything. You shouldn't buy any artificial manipulation of your content creator channel. You shouldn't buy followers, you shouldn't buy viewers, you shouldn't even buy embedded viewers. And I know some of my peers say, well, embedded viewers are okay because they're okay by the terms of service. Well, they're okay by the terms of service if you're using embeds properly. But people are like, oh, well, it's an easy way to get yourself out of the bottom of the channel, bottom of the viewership rankings. Yeah, I can sell my own one viewer. Does that work? Right, exactly. But people are all about, you should buy viewers, buy embedded viewers, get yourself out of the bottom of the category. The problem is, there was a guy, 2,000 viewers. Somebody went into his channel and just lurked there for 15 minutes, and one person said something in 15 minutes. Now, you are always going to have a small, silent portion of your community. They're there to support you, but they can't be active. They're like, yeah, Jay's streaming, I'm gonna pop his channel on, I'm gonna put him on mute, I'm gonna put him up on another screen and gonna sit there. And that's good. That's people supporting you. But Twitch's new rules are that in order to count as a viewer, you have to have some sort of interaction with the stream. You gotta say hi, you gotta talk. I don't personally care because I'm not doing this for big numbers, I'm not doing this for advertising dollars. But people are desperate to make money. Like, there's this woman, she was homeless most of her life. Now she's got her feet under her and she's making TikToks, which I'm glad she's making TikToks. But she's speaking anecdotally about one location of homelessness when you're making it seem like I'm gonna say 100% absolutely, there's a lot of things we need to do to address homelessness. There's a lot of things we need to do. But in order to address some of those things in homelessness, we need to talk about identification. And that makes people nervous.
The radical left is
because people are against a federal ID card. And it looks like the UK is trying to go to one.
all UK citizens will have it, and anybody who comes to this
have to have
country, yeah. So all UK citizens will have to have it, but won't have to carry it with them.
Do I have to have a digital ID card?
Well, all UK citizens will have a digital ID card. So
Hold on, do you have to have it?
I'd say card actually. It's a digital
digital
ID,
ID.
so it's
Do
not
I
an
have to
actual
have
physical
it?
card. Yes,
What if I don't?
all UK citizens will.
What if I don't?
Will have to have one. Well, the plan is that we're going to roll this out. It will be compulsory if you want to work in this country. We think that will make a significant dent in the number of people who come to this country and are able to work illegally.
I mean, here's a scary middle ground. I understand the hesitation that people have against wanting a federal ID card. I understand that. But you already have. If my phone is dead, do I not have my ID on you? No, because if it's a digital ID card, then anybody that with access to the database that needs it should also be able to pull it up. I mean, in America, when you give the police your name, your date of birth, and if you can give them your driver's license, they can do a speed check on you and they can get certain information back. Unfortunately, it's not the information they necessarily need, but they can most of the time validate your identity if you have your driver's license number memorized. I'm not against the idea of a federal ID card because we already have a federal ID card. It's called a passport, but not everybody gets one for free. We already have driver's licenses. We already have state ID cards. We already have a social security card. So if you already have two different federal ID cards, one which is a requirement, one which isn't. Now, oh shit, I think I still have mine in my wallet. Yeah. What I will say is, the idea that people don't want a federal ID card, but they're okay with the social security card, fucking baffles me. Well, my social security card doesn't have my picture on it. Okay. But your driver's license does. Well, I don't have to have a driver's license. Okay, but then your state ID does. Well, I don't need to have a state ID. You actually do. You actually do have to have a state ID. I mean, you can get around. You can get around not having a photo ID, but you can't get around. You can't get around never having one. ID card, how much will it cost and what country will they send me to when I lose it? Well, they wouldn't send you to any country. And why do you automatically assume it would have an inherent cost to it? I mean, we already issue social security cards for free. We already reissue social security cards up to 10 times in a lifetime for free. When people start saying, oh, well, it's cost prohibitive. Why? You can get your social security card replaced 10 times, but if you lose your driver's license or your state ID, you have to pay for that. So, when people say, oh, well, I don't want to be in a database. Do you have any idea how many databases you're already in? If you own property, you're in the property tax database. If you've ever bought a car, you're in the car registration database. Like, you can't exist. You can't do a lot of things if you choose to not have an ID. And you're already in the system. Like, they already know what my address is. I'll just use myself for an example. They already know what my address is. I own my house, so they have my address. I get a pension check, they know my address. I have a car registered, they know my address. I could say, oh, well, I don't want to carry an ID anymore. That doesn't change the fact that I've already created the footprint. Well, I could sell my house. Not without an ID, you can't. Go try to sell your house, go to closing and don't bring your ID and see what happens. Everybody can know you. The realtor can know you, the banker can know you, the title company don't give a shit. The title company will say, Mr. Jalan, I need to see an ID. I don't have an ID. Well, then we can't. We're the title company. Our sole fucking job, yeah, sure, use a library card. And they'll say, not a photo ID, not a state ID, not a recognized ID. I mean, Grumpy Old Man makes a joke about use a library card, but before 9/11 and all this terrorist shit, a library card was an acceptable form of ID. Like when we were kids, library card was, that was it. That you jammed out with that. Library card used to be enough to be your second form of ID to get your driver's license. You went in to, yeah, same with the voter registration card. But now they say you need one identification out of category 1, and it has to be a state-issued driver's license, a state-issued identification card, a federally issued passport from the United States of America, an active duty military ID, an active duty dependent ID, a retiree ID. Like, we used to live in a world where we could open a bank account and just walk in, and I'm not even joking, with a library card, you could get your bank account. And then your bank book had your address in it. So now your bank book was considered a form of ID. Most of you don't even know what a bank book is. Most of you don't know what a bank book is. A bank book was this little book that you kept on you and you took into the bank, and then it wasn't the check register that you used when you wrote checks. That was the check register. The bank book was, they did a reconciliation line every time you went into the bank. Lots of people used to carry their bank book with them because as long as you could show a bank book, then yeah, they matched the signatures on it too. Yes, your bank book was your half of the signature card. But if you ever got arrested at like 1 o'clock in the morning just for walking around, the easy way cops, and this was like an 80s thing, a 90s thing, the way the cops would fucking bust your chops is they charge you for vagrancy. No, here's my bank book. You pull out your bank book, they can't charge you with vagrancy because you've shown that you could get a room for the night. Now we live in a fucking world where everything is digital. So many places now are like, we don't take cash. The fuck you mean you don't take cash? What the fuck sort of fool ass shit, you don't take cash? Those places end up getting sued because cash is legal tender for all debts, public and private. The problem is, it's a private establishment. They're not required to take cash. They just have to have it publicly they have to have it visibly noted, we do not accept cash. Why? Cash costs them money. We're living in a fucked up world right now where people are concerned about shit like all these people concerned about billionaires' money. Well, first of all, it's not even billionaire money, it's billionaire potential money. It's potential wealth. It's not realized wealth. It's not recognized wealth. It's like you have bread, you have peanut butter, you have jelly. You don't have a sandwich, you have a potential sandwich. You have all the things to make a sandwich. But people don't get that. People are against the idea of a federal ID card, and I think deep down inside, I really do believe this. I believe the Democrats deep down inside are against federal ID cards because I believe that they know that if Donald Trump did get rid of all the people who shouldn't be here, all the people who entered illegally, all the people who stayed here illegally, Democratic seats in Congress and mayors and governors, they might not win re-election because they might not have enough blue votes. Used to be the biggest pushback on federal ID was religious objection. That's another thing to me that pisses me off. Look, I am not against the theory that some women from some countries can't be photographed because in order to be photographed, they'd have to take all their stuff off. That's fine. Then you don't need to be here. Then you need to be in a country where that's acceptable. Because I hate to break it to people, not every police department has a female officer on every shift. Because not every person wants to, there's other religious exemptions, but I'll get to some of those. Not every police department has a female officer on every shift. That means it doesn't matter what your opinion is. If you're being detained, if you're going to be put in lockup, you're going to be patted down. You can scream and holler and hoot and whatever, object, and your objection is noted. We don't have a female officer on shift, and we've just called down to the jail, and they don't have a female officer on shift either. Well, I can't be touched by a man. Well, then guess what, motherfucker? I've seen the video of the crime you just committed. If you can't be touched, you shouldn't have been committing crimes. Like, I'm sorry. I can't match your identification because I'm not quite sure if these are your eyes. Then, honestly, then let's have a workaround. Then put your fucking thumbprint into the system. And if I can't clearly identify this as you, I'm going to pull out a scanner. You put your thumb on it. If fucking Universal Studios and Disney World can have finger scanners that work 99% of the time, the fucking police department can too. Some people object to their photograph being taken because they don't believe in photographs. Okay, if they're a member of that religion and they don't believe in photographs, I'm cool with that. I'm okay with that. Again, most of the time they're not driving. Most of the time. The people that are part of the spaghetti monster cult that want to have their fucking pasta colander on their head, the Pastafarians, they can get fucked too. Like, if I pull you over and you don't have that thing on your head, we're gonna have an issue. Hold on. It's the whole government having the data thing. People are okay with Disney Universal having the prints, but not the government. Right. And that's the stupidest shit that I've ever heard of. It is absolutely the stupidest shit I have heard of, with people saying, oh, well, I don't want to be in a government database. But, okay, you don't want to be in a government database. My birth certificate was lost in a flood. Thank God my parents had a certified, notarized, raised seal copy. They went to look me up for something. I was about 12 or 13 years old. They went to look me up for something, and we're there for a long time. We're at the records department for a long fucking time. And then they come, and this is because, remember, I predate computers. So they came back and they're like, yeah, we're having a hard time because his birth year and month, the records were all destroyed when the basement flooded. And, okay, well, we have a copy. And they were like, oh my God, you have a copy? This is amazing. So they brought out like 3 people. They all looked at it, right? They all these people signed this form. They put me into the computer and then they reprinted me one off of, and all I got was a little blue piece of paper that doesn't look anything like my original birth certificate. So, what about all the other fucking people who don't have anything? They don't have a copy. They don't have parents. I just had a very interesting conversation. That woman that was talking about homelessness, she kind of talked out of her ass about a lot of things. She made a statement. She's like, I don't talk about things unless the data supports it. So I went looking for the data, and she said the biggest issue facing homeless people is that they don't have identification. Well, she's right in the regard that the biggest issue facing homeless people is they don't have identification. It is the most commonly reported issue. But she said most homeless people don't have an ID. Well, this survey, 35% of people didn't have an ID, right? This survey was 39% of young people. This survey, 32.8% of people said not having official documents, right? This survey, 10.7% didn't have documents. It's one thing to say this is a problem. It's another thing entirely to make up facts when you don't need to. You don't need to make up facts to support your position. Not having an identification is a big fucking problem. But she's going on about how there's no homeless shelters that'll generate you a letter. Every homeless shelter I've ever done charity work with will generate a letter. Most of the homeless shelters I've done charity work with accept mail on behalf of people, and they keep it there for 30 days. And then at 30 days, they bundle all the mail back and they say, return to sender. Most of the time, people aren't running around getting junk mail at homeless shelters. In fact, if I remember correctly, some of them don't even, the post office doesn't give junk mail to the homeless shelter. That address is coded, tagged somehow that it can't receive whatever fourth rate postage rate, whatever. All those individuals aren't tagged to get the junk mail. I get it. Homelessness is a big problem in America, and for a country that is supposedly the richest country on earth, we shouldn't have homelessness. But the other problem is we don't have a central identification system. What if instead of having to, like, I have to carry a VA card, a driver's license, and then a military ID. I have to carry my retiree ID. What if instead of having to carry all of that shit, you had a federal ID card, and then all of the appropriate agencies just put onto it what your privileges or entitlements were? Wouldn't that make things a whole hell of a lot simpler? Instead of carrying multiple IDs. Oh, and I have to carry 2 different insurance cards. And that's what they're making your phone, driver's license already, more to come. Yeah. And some people are against that. Some people are against it. But they've never given a good reason why they're against it. I don't want to be in a federal database, but you already are. You're in one for birth, one for Social Security, and one for, and maybe you are a functional adult that doesn't have some sort of ID. Maybe you are. But I've seen, like, the Verizon store, a girl went and she's like, oh, I don't have my ID, but I have my college ID. And Verizon's like, well, that's great, but we can't take that. In order to clearly identify who you are, we need a state ID. You notice that nobody's pushing back on the idea of real IDs to get on airplanes. And let's be honest for a second. We made this big deal about real IDs to stop terrorism. But then we allow people to get on an airplane with a slip of paper. If you're an illegal immigrant, I'm sorry, not a legal immigrant. If you're an immigrant that doesn't have an identification, you have a pink slip of paper that gets you onto an airplane. What? I want people to, I want you to think about this here for a second. We're just implementing the Real ID law rules now. That shit was signed on May 11th, 2005. The new enforcement date is now in effect. Why did it take so long? Because like everything else the United States government does, everybody had to look at it and say, how do I get a piece of that pie? Everybody said, you can get out. I want a piece. Even though the enforcement date is May 7th, right? You can still get on a plane without a real ID. The Department of Homeland Security, the TSA, is provisioned for phased enforcement, which means if you don't have a real ID, when you get up to the counter and you say, I don't have a real ID, then you go through enhanced inspection. Additional screening. So, what the fuck's the point then? People were upset because what they said was, you know, it sucks that I have to take my shoes off at the airport. You're right, it does. Do you know why you had to take your shoes off at the airport? Because some terrorist asshole had bombs in his shoes, had a bomb in his shoe. So that's why you had to take your shoes off. I don't know. I don't know how else to say this, but you had the right. You had the right idea, but now why not enforce it? And they don't know why. I went to get my new military ID, and I'd like to say that the military has finally unfucked that process. The military has finally unfucked that process. That process was amazing. I went in, I got there early, and I literally was able to get in and get out within, by the time they took us, because I got there early, we were out in 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Now the DMV, on the other fucking hand, why is it the DMV is so fucked up? Like, people get mad when they go to the DMV, but then they get mad when they get told you should have made an appointment. I haven't taken a road test in 30 years. I've never had to retake the road test. In 30 years, I've only retaken the driver's test once. Just don't get tickets. If you don't get tickets, then you don't need to retake the test. It's kind of simple, right? It's kind of like a no-brainer. You get people in the DMV, and then what I think is another stupid thing. A woman goes to the DMV, and a woman has an infinitely harder time getting a real ID than a man does. Most men do. Most men never change their name. Most men don't change their name. Women will take a hyphenated name. Kids end up with a hyphenated name, right? A woman, I thought this was fucking absurd, but a woman has so much more to prove. A woman has to show her birth certificate, and this shows her birth name. Then she has to show a marriage certificate, and this shows her married name. And with this, she shows her new social security card, and it validates her new married name. If she gets divorced, she has to show the divorce decree that allows her to either keep her married name, or which sends her back to her maiden name. If she gets remarried, you would fucking think that the simplicity of it would be, if this is all you need when you get married as a woman, then you would only need this piece and this piece to get your driver's license. Nope. A woman needs to have her birth certificate, her first marriage license, her divorce decree, and her second married license, because she has to be able to show the chain of evidence of her name from birth until today. A man can get married and divorced 3 times and walk in as long as he keeps the same last name. He doesn't have to do any of that shit. Why do we make it so complicated? Why is it we don't have one central system? We don't have one central system that talks to everything. I told you guys, what was the wonderful date? I told you guys this story. Right around the 18th of August last month, I told you guys, my youngest daughter, who's not old enough to get married, by the way, as that one father said, you do not love her, I will fucking kill you. She showed up in the system as having other health insurance. I spent hours on the phone with TRICARE, and I said, look, fucktards, either give me the paperwork that established her new health insurance or take this shit out. And they said, well, we can't take it out. And I said, why? They said, because you need to fill out the beneficiary questionnaire. I said, I can't because your form is fucking stupid. And they said, well, it's the only way. Okay, so let me show you how dumb the fucking government is. The government kills me. Do you or any of your family members have other health insurance? Yes, I have other health insurance. I have other health insurance. If no, have you experienced the denial of prior authorization or claims due to other health insurance? Why if no? Because I do have other health insurance, and I've had a denial of claims due to health insurance. Okay, so we go down. This would be my information because I'm the policy holder. Additional people covered with policy. I leave it blank. They say that doesn't take your daughter off because you haven't addressed her other health insurance. What other health fucking insurance? She doesn't have any. Well, you need to fill out the policyholder information for her other health insurance. Could you give me that information, please? Well, we don't have it. Well, I don't fucking have it either because it doesn't exist. So I dealt with this shit in August. Yesterday, my wife, while I was streaming, she tells me my kiddo has a bill from the hospital. And my kiddo has a bill for something along the lines of $200 and some odd. And I said, well, that doesn't work because she doesn't have other health insurance. Well, I'd already filed an IG complaint with a 7-page grievance letter telling them all the mistakes on their form. They said, well, fill it out for Gizmo and just sign it. What? You're the fucking dumb fucks. This statement made above and on the attached are true and correct to the best of my knowledge. I understand that federal laws 18 USC 287 and 1001 provide for criminal penalties for submitting or making false statements. You're directing me to lie on a form because you have multiple systems and you need a sheet of paper to go in and delete an erroneous data entry. This is what's wrong with our fucking government. This is what's wrong with the whole kit and caboodle. We don't have a single system that somebody can go in and say, that entry is wrong. So when I talk to them, on the top line, it says my daughter has other health insurance. When they click into it, it says no other health insurance. Clearly, they don't know how to fix the problem. So they're trying to put a workaround in, but their workaround doesn't work. Why don't they just change the other health insurance to no other health insurance? So when people look at the screen, they'll say, oh. And I said that to him. I said, why don't you make the policy when you have an erroneous entry, make the top level policy name no other health insurance? They literally told me, we can't do that because an insurance company could form a company called No Other Health Insurance. All I can say to people when they say that next level stupid shit, I say, are you trying to get me to see if I can reach through the phone? Like, is that what you're trying to do right now? You're telling me you would accept a provider if they created their insurance company name and called their insurance company name No Other Health Insurance? They said by law we would have to. That could be the dumbest shit I've ever heard, and I have been in some ridiculous meetings.
All UK citizens.
I have been in some ridiculous shit. Oh, by the way, our government is facing a shutdown. I didn't check this morning. We have let me find out. I don't think the Senate passed anything yesterday. Yeah, we run out of money. We run out of money at midnight on September 30th. I want to remind you what Donald Trump said about 12 years ago. I want to remind you what Donald Trump said about whose responsibility a government shutdown is. Because the last time we were really faced with a profound shutdown was 2019. And then before that, I won't bring up who was president in 2019. And then before that was 2013. Let's listen to Donald Trump's opinion in 2013.
Who's going to bear the brunt of the responsibility if indeed there is a shutdown of our government?
Well, if you say who gets fired, it always has to be the top. I mean, problems start from the top, and they have to get solved from the top, and the president's the leader, and he's got to get everybody in a room, and he's got to lead. You know, the interesting thing is in 25 years and 50 years and 100 years from now, when the government is, when they talk about the government shutdown, they're going to be talking about the President of the United States. Who was the president at that time? Mm-hmm. They're not going to be talking who the head of the House was, the head of the Senate, who's running things in Washington. So I really think the pressure is on the president.
Oh, shit. The pressure is on the president to be...
Who's going to bear the brunt?
Presidential and get people in a room? Donald Trump is certain that the Democrats are going to bear the responsibility for shutting the government down. Hasn't Donald Trump been saying since January, the Republicans are in charge, the Republicans are in charge, the Republicans are in charge, the Republicans are in charge? Well, if you're living large and in charge, why can't you get a budget passed? Oh, is it because you're a blowhard and you don't understand that for some of the funding bills, you need 60 votes? You don't need just 51, you need 60? Because if you want to unfund certain things... So there's a generals meeting the same day as a potential shutdown. Yes, which... let me play that clip. Let me play that clip.
This event that's about to take place may be the largest gathering of generals that's ever gotten together in U.S. history. Apparently on September 25th of 2025, the U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth issued an order summoning hundreds of senior military officers, including generals and admirals from the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, the Marine Corps, and Space Force for a closed-door meeting at Marine Corps Base Quantico in Virginia. Apparently the meeting is supposed to be scheduled for Tuesday, September 30th of 2025, and it applies to all officers that are the rank of brigadier general or higher, and all of their top senior enlisted advisors as well. Estimates of attendees are varying currently, but some reports are citing that there could be nearly up to 800 participants, including staff, even though senior leaders appear to be somewhat unaware of the full scope or purpose of this thing. Even officers that are currently in active conflict zones are expected to attend this meeting, which makes me think that something urgent is happening. Now, the Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell confirmed the event, stating that, quote, the Secretary of War will be addressing his senior military leaders early next week, end quote, but provided no further details on the agenda. Now, something I think is very interesting is that a very senior Pentagon correspondent with 30 plus years of experience described it as an unprecedented event in their career, saying, quote, I've never seen anything like this. We might be going to war, end quote. Now, the lack of stated agenda has fueled further speculation and unease from a lot of people, with one anonymous source telling the Washington Post that, quote, people are very concerned. They have no idea what it means, end quote. Now, from what folks have said, the last time this many senior officers and leaders got together was during the Goldwater-Nichols Act of 1986, which totally restructured the entire military command, but nobody's saying anything about what's actually going to be discussed yet. So believe me, when I find out, I will keep you guys updated, because this is huge.
So this is one of those what the fuck are you doing moments. Like, this is literally the last fucking thing we need right now is any more fucking hoopla with the military. First of all, when somebody said we might be going to war, no, you wouldn't bring all the generals together because we're going to war. That's not how contingency operation works. Contingency operation is done by a very, very small group of people, and they decide the strategy, and then they tag the appropriate resources, and then it rolls down from there. Outsiders don't get it. When you do a contingency, you have this, and I can't go into too many details, but you have this really big database of all of the capabilities that are available. And they're coded green, yellow, red. They're coded good to go, could be made good to go, can't go. Now, why would something be coded can't go? Well, a particular unit is in the middle of a maintenance cycle where they don't have And we know they're in the middle of a maintenance cycle. I don't want anybody to think that shit, something just went red. Like, we're looking at the whole planner board, and we've got 8 bases with this identical capability, and it's time for base number 2 to go into its maintenance cycle. So base number 2 is red. It doesn't mean I don't have 7 other copies of that capability. It just means I don't tag base 2 because they're red. You would never bring 800 generals together to go to war. Because there's no reason to. There's absolutely no reason to. The general in charge of air education and training at a particular base, he doesn't give a shit if you go to war. And I'm not joking about this. He wakes up on Monday and he goes to work. Tuesday we go to war. He doesn't even get a fucking phone call. Why? Because he's base education and training command. I'm sorry, he's air education and training command. He's AETC. He's an AETC base. He doesn't give a shit. His job on Monday is to train people. We're at peace. His job on Tuesday while we go to war is to train people. He doesn't change how they train because his base doesn't train people any differently than if we're at war than if we're at peace. We don't speed up training cycles. This tech school is 42 weeks for a reason. This one is 6 weeks for a reason. We don't change. So him going to a meeting of 800 generals would not be because we're going to war. Generally, war is decided by the Secretary of War and the Joint Chiefs, and then the secretaries of the forces get brought in when we start talking, well, when they start talking more specifics. I don't know what the fuck's going on next week. I really don't. But the fact that it's happening on the same day as a government shutdown is embarrassing, first of all. On the day that you're going to have to start cutting government services, you're paying a fuck ton of money to bring 800 people plus their staffs to a Marine base. To follow a guy who committed one of the largest breaches of classified information in the last decade. I don't know. It's like I said, I don't know what's going on with our country anymore. I don't know what direction we're headed. I know it's going down. I don't know how badly. I don't know how quickly. But we're going in the way wrong direction.
Who's going to bear the brunt of the...
Let's, what was this one?
Another year, another possible government shutdown. This one less than a week away. It could mean hundreds of thousands of government workers will be furloughed. And overnight, the Trump administration threatened to cut some of those furloughed jobs permanently if Democrats don't make a deal.
Why does Donald Trump believe cutting federal jobs is a threat to the Democrats? Let's just think about this here for a second. This is you. This is you. And you lose your job on 1 October. Who are you going to be mad at? Are you going to be mad at the Republicans or the Democrats? You're going to be mad at the Republicans. Even if you are a Republican. Remember, although you shouldn't ever be a single issue voter, if you're a Republican who loses their job on October 1st because of a government shutdown, you are statistically speaking way more likely to hate the Republicans for that than hate the Democrats. If you lose your job, so you lose your house, you lose your car, who are you voting for in the next election? The Democrats. Why? Because the Republican Party just bent you over the table and fucked you in the ass. And you're like, well, you know what? Now I'm poor. Now I need social services. Now I need assistance. I might as well vote Democrat.
This is a major escalation in the stakes over a possible government shutdown next week, because usually during a shutdown, so-called non-essential federal workers are furloughed and then paid back when it's over. But in a memo obtained by CBS News, the Office of Management and Budget tells agencies to consider laying off or in government speak, to issue reduction in force notices to employees in programs that have what's known as discretionary funding that's set to run out on October 1st and are, quote, not consistent with the president's priorities. Democrats and Republicans are locked in a standoff as Tuesday's deadline approaches to keep the government funded. The battle's currently in the Senate, where 60 votes are needed to pass a temporary spending plan, so it requires some Democratic support. And in exchange for their votes, Democrats want concessions like rolling back this year's Medicaid cuts and extending health insurance tax credits. President Trump canceled a meeting with Democratic congressional leaders that was scheduled for today, calling their demands ridiculous. Last night, those same Democratic leaders responded to the threat of layoffs, calling them an act of intimidation and telling the administration to, quote, get lost.
So, if you want to know why it's 60 votes in the Senate, is because unlike the House, the Senate allows for unlimited debate on bills unless you vote a 3/5. You can vote with 3/5. Yeah, cancel the meeting and then blame them. Here's the issue. Donald Trump knows he's got almost zero chance of being impeached until the midterm election. And even then, the Democrats would have to flip pretty much every Republican seat in the Senate to get enough Democrat votes to secure impeachment. They already know they won't get any votes from the Republicans because they got him impeached twice during his first term. And I am generally not for blaming an entire party, but any Republican who did not vote to impeach Trump the second time, which would have barred him from office, is the problem here. All you had to do was vote to impeach him for January 6th. Well, he was voted to be impeached. All you needed to do was vote to convict. And all it would have meant was he would have been ineligible to run for president again. And sure, he would have spent a year and a half being a pain in the ass, speaking out, but eventually all his other court cases would have caught up on him, and then he's not on the campaign trail. And if he's not on the campaign trail, sure, he can speak out against some Republicans, but then you can turn around and say, yeah, of course he's speaking out against me. I voted to impeach him. The Republican Party became chicken shits. And now we have a country that there are literally people that don't understand who's paying the tariff money. From that video I showed earlier,
another possible.
I showed the middle part of this video earlier. But there are people who believe this shit.
Tariffs are amazing, people. $600 billion expected to be brought into the United States Treasury during his first year of Trump's tariffs.
$600 billion of American consumer money being paid into the Treasury, which then you look at it, and that is a tax that was levied without Congress passing a tax. The president's ability to levy tariffs in emergency situations doesn't apply here because he's never articulated what the emergency was.
U.S. sector protected by tariffs. Steel.
The steel sector isn't protected by tariffs. The U.S. steel market cannot produce enough steel to meet the American need. The things that the U.S. steel market makes steel for has buyers for the steel that we need.
Aluminum, copper, auto chips, pharmaceutical, and lumber. Guys, you need to stop with Trump. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to make money. We are going to be good. Look what happened during the last 4 years.
Look what happened during the last 4 years. We are recovering from a Democratic-led stimulus package that de facto raised the minimum wage to $15 in some areas. I'll talk about Argentina in a minute.
Nothing happened. Only thing that happened was things went skyrocketed, which is the groceries, the gas, etc.
The United States government has nothing to do with the price of gasoline other than the federal tax they place on gasoline. For all the people who do not understand this, drill baby drill is a great slogan, except unless you have the refining capability, you do not need more drilling capability. And what people can't grasp, and this is a hard one, you saw during the beginning of COVID, when gasoline consumption plummeted, drilling operations in many countries were paying the refineries to take the oil. There was a day, and you can look it up, it's in 2020, I believe, or early 2021. No, 2020. Drilling operations were paying refineries $50 a barrel to take the oil because a drilling operation doesn't have the storage capacity and they need time to throttle down. They ship out via pipeline. Well, the refinery only has so much storage for unprocessed crude, and then they have storage for processed product. You can take unprocessed crude, and if your piping network allows for it, you can receive unprocessed crude into a storage container that has had a finished product in it. But then you cannot use that storage container for finished product until it's been cleaned. They didn't want to take more in because they didn't have any going out. But when they got offered $50 a barrel to take it, they took what they could because that's pure money for them. The president could say you could drill the strategic reserve, but if we're not increasing refining capability and we're not increasing utilization, your local gas station isn't going to suddenly drop gas by $1 a gallon, even if there is more supply. It's just not how the gas market works. DLA Energy, the Defense Logistics Agency for Energy, prices gasoline out by the quarter, regardless of what's happening with the supply. Gasoline isn't a day-to-day commodity. It's a quarterly commodity. Gasoline is important, and I'm not saying it's not. Diesel is important. I'm not saying it's not. But Donald Trump hasn't done anything to impact the cost of gasoline. He could make gasoline cheaper tomorrow by taking off the federal tax on it. I mean, he'd need to get congressional approval, but they could take the tax off of it and make gasoline at least 18 cents a gallon cheaper.
I ain't gonna keep going on and on with the same thing, but it is a fact. If you guys can, get this all over the FYP immediately. I would appreciate it. Trump's making big moves, doing great things.
Trump's making big moves, doing great things. That's why the cost of groceries are up inside of his own presidency.
And the Democrats just cannot stand to fathom the fact that we have someone working with the American people.
Working with the American people, my ass. I liked Donald Trump in his first presidency. I don't think reducing gas prices would do anything for the economy anyway. Not really.
and get off of Elon Musk tariffs or...
Now, talk Argentina. Argentina is experiencing massive amounts of financial stress. It looks like the Treasury Secretary is going to do a 20 billion swap to help stabilize their economy. But of course, the Republicans are against the idea of helping stabilize Argentina's economy for a $20 billion investment, but nobody has a problem with us buying a 10% stake in Intel. What we have is a massive problem because Donald Trump has capitalized the fascism playbook, and what he's able to do is he's able to appeal to a group of people that are angry and disenfranchised, and he's doing exactly what Hitler did, because what he's finally done is given you a target for your hate. EU uses more gasoline since the whole anti-Russia situation. Do you? Yeah, I think you did, because you, Russian natural gas, but, you're not using more gasoline. You're using more oil and you're using less natural gas. But according to Eurostat, your road transportation energy is back to pre-COVID levels. So you're probably using a little bit more crude oil, heating oil, and you're using less natural gas, but you're not using more. You're using more from other sources, which creates then you're using more from OPEC than you are from Russia. You're using more from the Middle East than you are from Russia. So that's influencing the price because it's more expensive now because you're not getting it from your neighbor, you're getting it from the Middle East. That has to be taken into account. I don't think your consumption, you didn't mean your consumption level didn't go up. Your consumption levels stayed the same. Your product consumption changed and your source radically changed. He puts the American people in his speeches and frontish row of his addresses. I have a problem with that, but only because it opens the door for other countries or some other country to buy in other businesses too. If the stock market became government pleasing, you lose the fight back of bad bills, laws, regulation. Not really. I mean, the stock market isn't ever going to become government pleasing because the market itself is the will of the investor. The government doesn't have the level of control it would probably like over the stock market. Like all the people that turn around and they say, oh, well, we really fucked it to the man when we fucked with GameStop because they were over leveraged. No, you didn't fuck the man. You can't ever fuck the man. Let me help you out. The man already learned its lesson in 2008. The man looked at the housing crisis in 2008 and said, we ain't getting fucked here. So they fucked everybody else. And they said, from now on, we don't make decisions that fuck us. One brokerage house did. But guess who got impacted by that one brokerage house playing around with GameStop stock? Teachers unions, police unions, fire unions, grandma and grandpa's 401k that had a market component to it. That's who got fucked. The man doesn't get fucked. The man don't get fucked. People got to stop thinking you hurt the rich man. When you hurt a brokerage firm, you hurt all of the investors in that brokerage firm, universities, their endowment funds. When you see a stock start radically shifting its price, remember, you look at something and you say, well, I have 500 shares of this stock and it's not worth me selling because of all the ass pain just because the stock went up $3. All I made is $1,500. Yeah? When the brokerage firm has 10 million shares in that company and they say, oh, $3? Oh shit, it's the end of the fiscal year. That's 30 million profit. Let's go ahead and execute that. We'll take that 30 million. I'm more thinking on a per company basis, as publicly traded companies are bound by law to make their shareholders happy. A country owns part of a company, they get the same benefit. Governments can buy a lot of shares of a lot of companies. No, they can't. Not America. America can't do that. I can't speak on every other country. America actually can't do that. There has to be spending bills approved for that. That's the thing about Intel. They made the Intel thing sound like it was a Donald Trump picked up the phone and said, buy a 10% stake in equity stake in Intel. It's not how it happened. Intel, months prior, there was already government financing deals being talked about, and the way they did that. I mean, we did it with the car industry. We've done it with the banking industry. But it's not that the president can pick up the phone. No one member of government can pick up the phone and say, I want to buy a 10% stake in a private company. Now, I don't know about other countries. I do know that China specifically is run on state-sponsored capitalism. So I do know that China can do that pretty much any time. I don't know about other countries. And who's to stop it happening again? It's now an idea in people's heads. Right. Who's to stop them is it's a vote. So who's to stop them is Congress has to vote on it. So that's who stops them. That was the Chips and Science Act from 2022 that specifically allows for grants and subsidies for semiconductor manufacturers. And the reason why they were able to do that is because the CHIPS Act had money committed to it, but it had been unallocated. If there was no more money on the 2002 CHIPS Act, which is another thing that fucking kills me, a bill passed in 2022 still has unallocated resources in 2025. Yeah, didn't Pelosi's husband buy 5% of NVIDIA back around the release of the 30 series? Yeah, a lot of people have been using, a lot of people have just been making all their trades based on publicly disclosed congressional leaders and what they're doing with their trades. And a lot of people are up like 40%. It's a little weird to me that they know enough to be beating the market trends. So. But no, I don't want state-sponsored capitalism. State-sponsored capitalism is bad. But it is what it is. I don't want the government saving companies. And the reason why is I want cutthroat capitalism. I want cutthroat capitalism. I want the best companies to rise to the top. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to talk about what I think would be a great initiative for a lot of companies to do, because it would let a lot of people know where they stand in life. I'll be right back. Okay, so we've got a really big problem with people, right? We've got a really, really big problem with the bottom workers. Now, I'm going to be the first to say, I am not saying, right, that the way the food pyramid of the worker is fair. I am not saying that this is fair, right? I'm not saying it's fair. Well, what I'm saying is, it is what it is, and it's not likely to change. Well, what if we crash the whole system? Okay, and then what? Remember, no matter what magnitude of crashing the system you do, it'll be a percentage-based crash of the system. So, in order to take away in order to take away 90% of Elon Musk's wealth, you have to take away 90% of everybody's wealth. Congratulations. He still has $40 billion. There is no way, shape, or form to take away the wealth from the rich and redistribute it to the poor, because it doesn't fucking exist. It's not a tangible. It's not a it's not a hard currency where for somebody to be worth $400 billion, there are banking institutions with $400 billion worth of gold or silver. The problem we have is people don't understand the economy. So they want to say tax the rich, tax the rich, tax the rich. The rich are taxed. The rich are, in fact, taxed. Well, they could pay more. Okay? And I'm not saying that maybe possibly they couldn't pay more. I'm saying is, what's the point in trying to get the rich to pay more when the systems are broken and we don't even know what we need? For example, why would the rich stand around and get fucked in the ass and pay $20 billion more in taxes just to stabilize Argentina's economy? You want them to pay more? The UK wouldn't mind taking your rich. The rich won't go to the UK because you already pay more than us. Why would a rich person leave America and go to the UK? They wouldn't. They'll go to the banking islands. Yeah, you pay a shitload. That's why they wouldn't go to the UK. They would go if rich people. Wait, that argument is always fun to discuss because it implies someone could sell 90% of Elon's stake in Tesla at the current market rate without the price going down due to the massive selling volume, and then take it a step further. Ours funds free stuff too. Everything the government gives people is free stuff. What people don't grasp is that if you took all 902 billionaires' wealth, which is mostly in stock, and forced them to sell it, you take 90% of their wealth. You just lost 90% of yours as well. Yeah, you have NHS. We have Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, and VA healthcare. I want to remind all the European people out there, America provides more health care to its citizens than you have citizens. Right, but you say stuff. We already do that. Okay? We already do that. That's, as I've said on my show many times, 4% of Americans fall through the cracks. Only 4%. Only 12% of Americans fall through the cracks. Where you hear a lot of people talking about shit is they've made bad choices. They've made bad choices. Guy decides to buy a boat instead of buying healthcare for his family. Yeah, I get, you get free NHS. I get that. We do that for more people than you have people. America gives more healthcare than the UK has citizens. Which is why when people look at our country and say stuff, I'm like, how many people are in your country? Yeah, we have 77 million on Medicare alone. Not to count TRICARE and the VA, those 3 federal programs, plus Medicaid. Rich people aren't going to go to Europe because y'all fucking pay too much in taxes. Americans want to tax rich people more. Rich people don't want to pay more taxes because they don't want to give fucking money to fucking Argentina. And neither do I. I don't give a fuck if Argentina's. No, they don't just reduce the cost. My TRICARE is free. I pay nothing. I think the world would be a better place if debt was a practice that was not allowed. You do understand you cannot have an economy of any way, shape, or form, including bartering, if debt doesn't exist, right? You do understand how so? How does the first farmer start his first farm if he can't borrow seeds to plant? You got 40 acres and a mule. You arrive at the 40 acres. You don't have seeds. Hey, General Merchant guy, can you give me a bag of seed today for 1/3 of my grain crop in the fall? That's debt. That's I owe you. You would not be able to buy a housing. You think the price of houses would suddenly fall? What you're saying is nobody can move now until they have all the money in place to move. I can move. You can't. I doubt there's very many people who could say you could buy a house. Yeah, they would have to work for them seeds. That is the stupidest fucking thing I think you've ever said on my channel. They're a farmer. Their work is farming. There is a new town starting. All the people have been given 40 acres and a mule and they're going out to this town. The merchant who came there had money. He brought the shit he knew the new town would need. He brought blacksmithing tools and an anvil, and he brought Bibles because he knew the pastor that would eventually come would need one. And he brought this and he brought that and he brought the other because that's his job. His part of the economy is being the guy that has everything. Guy gets out there, I've got 40 acres and a mule, but I don't have seeds and I don't have a shovel and I don't have a hoe and I don't have anything. And so why the fuck would he have come out here in the first place? How would you ever build a new house? Everything runs on debt. Hey, concrete guy, I need you to come pour concrete today and then you'll get dispersed on the first of the month. Why would I never pay the concrete guy the day he puts in the foundation? Because I'm going to wait 14 days to make sure the foundation he poured cures properly. The concrete guy is in debt to the place he got the concrete from. He says, hey, I need you to spot me concrete today So I can get paid on the 1st and I can pay you on the 5th. Without debt, nothing moves. Without debt, and you're right, you could live in a world where there is no debt, but then you would, I don't know how the initial setup, but I can function without debt. No, you can't. Bullshit, no the fuck you can't. You do not have $250,000 in cash sitting in front of you right now to go buy a house. You don't. You might have it in the bank. Guess what? That's debt. That's debt. The bank owes you the money you lent the bank. Do you get paid at the end of every workday? Oh, you mean your employer is in debt to you for your next paycheck? Do you use a credit card? Oh, did you prepay your utilities? Oh, I don't buy my electricity in advance. I don't buy my water in advance. I don't buy my gas in advance. I say, hey, Ameren, heat my house, cool my house, give me water. Hey, little suburb, give me water. At the end of the month, they send me a, hey, Mr. J, here's what you're in debt. Yeah, and then if you pay it in advance, they're in debt to you. That's how it fucking works. Unless we're back to a system where we don't have utilities, you literally cannot do utilities without debt. Either you're indebted to them at the end of the month, or they're indebted to you when you prepay. Unless you're filling my personal water tower and battery. Right. Which who the hell has that? Exactly. You are always in debt. Always. There is no model of economy that doesn't work without debt. I'll give you a real basic one. You go all the way back to hunters and gatherers. I kill a deer. I bring the deer back. I cut up the deer. I cook the deer. Okay? What do I get out of it? Do I get bread from my wife, who has been cooking bread all day? Do I make an exchange? Oh. What if I didn't catch a deer today? Does my wife not give me bread? Do I starve today because I brought nothing? Therefore, I eat nothing? No, every relationship is transactional. Whenever you shake somebody's hand, hey man, I owe you one. No. You can't say debt can cripple someone though, and it's used maliciously. Debt is not used maliciously. Debt is debt. Debt is debt. People use it against themselves maliciously. Debt is not malicious. It's not malicious. It's not magically delicious. You just don't know how to use it. No, it's not used maliciously. It absolutely is not. It's employed by idiots. It's like this. Why do cash checking places exist? Not cash checking. Why do payday loan places exist? Because people use them. The terms may be bad, but it isn't inherently bad. Yes, that is the problem. If you know for a fact you're going to get boned in the ass for 30% debt, why the fuck are you taking that loan? When you sit down to buy a car and your credit sucks balls and you've had 2 repossessions, so they go to the very bottom lender who's willing to extend you a line of credit at 30%. People will say, oh, well, that's malicious. No, it's not. Because never have I ever been at the level where I'm looking at a 30% interest rate. Some people can only afford that. No, that's bullshit. That's absolutely not fucking true. You left the rest of that sentence off. Some people can only afford that because they've made shitty life choices. There is a huge difference. Can you live on minimum wage? I've lived on minimum wage. So yes, I can, and I have. You know what I realized 25 years ago? Living on minimum wage, you're right, and let me finish the rest of the sentence. Living on minimum wage sucks balls. So I said, I'm never living that life again. But yes, in my town, I could live on minimum wage. Minimum wage in my state's $15 an hour. Yeah, you know how many renters that can't pay rent but drive a new car? Seen that shit all the time. That's why I got out of being a landlord, because the fucking mentality of people had changed. Hey man, I'm gonna be a little late on the rent. No, you're not. What do you mean? There is no late on the rent. Well, why not? You see that right there? That's a $50,000 brand new car. If you had bought a $20,000 new car, your car payment wouldn't be so high, you'd have my rent. Not to be an asshole to you, but I don't drive a $50,000 car, so the fuck anybody that rents from me is gonna tell me they're hard up on the rent. Now, if I was a fucking slumlord and I was driving around in an $80,000 Escalade, that'd be a different story. I kept my rents low so people could afford to live there. Then you're gonna go buy a nicer car than I drive and tell me you're late on my rent? I'm just early on your eviction then. You don't think companies target that? No. How the fuck do companies target you? Stop the fucking bullshit. How the fuck does a company target you? How does a company target you? I have never had a payday advance company ring my doorbell. That is not a service I believe they do door to door. You know what? This is what pisses me off about people. You're blaming the system. They sit in a meeting room and they go over ways to market it in a way that traps people in a never-ending cycle. No, they don't. No, the fuck they don't. They don't do that. You know why? Because they don't. Show me where the payday cash loans marketing is. Show me where that marketing is. They don't waste money on marketing because they don't have to. Because dumb motherfuckers walk in there every day of the week. Every day of the week. It wouldn't exist like that if they thought about it. No. What the fuck is wrong with you? They're filling a need of society. It's a need people have put in their head. I need a new iPhone. I need new Nikes. I need booze. I need drugs. I need whatever. I have never used a payday lender. I've gone 3 days without eating, but I've never used a payday lender because I'm not a moron. It is not the fucking fault of an institution that exists if people buy from there. Again, margin call, Jeremy Irons. We are selling to willing buyers at the current market rate. I wouldn't call it a need. It's a service that doesn't need to exist. Hey, guess what, man? You just hit the nail on the head. It doesn't need to exist. Why does it exist? Why does it exist? Because people are willing to exchange 30% interest for an advance. Why are you demonizing the provider? This is the whole drug addiction thing that people say, well, if drug dealers didn't sell drugs, there wouldn't be addicts. How many fucking people bought their drugs from a dealer, before they got addicted? You can argue people don't need alcohol and cigarettes and weed, and they exist. If you want to talk about controlling people, then we shouldn't have alcohol in this country, because people who drink alcohol generally don't have good financial sense. It's called Johnny Walker judgment on the floor of the casino. Why do you think casinos give you free booze? So that you make bad gambling decisions. We got to stop blaming everybody. Like, well, you can't blame the victims. They're not victims. They're willing participants. I've never had above a 9% interest rate on a car loan. The only reason why I had a 9% rate on this last one was to help restore my wife's credit, because I thought I was dying. I'm sorry. I've seen people with 27% car loans on a $70,000 car. But they've argued in court it's discrimination if you don't sell me the car. They had enough money. The class of people had enough money to sue the industry. So the industry's response was, well, what we were doing is we were denying loans to people that shouldn't get loans, and then you sued us for it. Okay? We'll give you a loan at 30%. If your interest rate is above 9%, you shouldn't be buying whatever you're buying. Well, people need a car. Yeah, I could find a car right now for under $10,000. Let's punish the customer even harder so they stop going. No. Magnus, what the fuck is wrong with your worldview? Why is it every time you come here, you can't... Why are you so against people having just personal freedom and owning their ownerships? Yeah, you can't pay. You get your car repossessed. Why should you get a free car? Why is it that you never just believe in the double-sided coin of personal responsibility and personal freedom? Did anybody show up at your house today and put a gun to your head and say you have to go and get a payday loan? Sorry, I can't get a car today. I can't get a car for 10 grand. I can't get a car for 10. I can only get a car for 10 too. The problem here is people have got to recognize there's no solution other than letting it happen. No, there's a great solution. We have to teach people in school personal finance. We have to hold people accountable to personal responsibility. People need to find out when they fuck around. Why is it I can get most people? So a couple of more generations. Fine, dude, be a fucking pessimist. I'm sorry, you stay busy being a pessimist, and I'll stay busy helping people fucking rise above it. I'm sorry, I don't believe the world is as shitty as people make it out to be. I think people are dumb. It has 73,000. It's a 2015. My own family and friends and neighbors won't listen, that it's stupid and do it anyways. Then guess what, man? Let me help you out. Let me help you out with this. You tell them one time. You tell them one time. And if they don't want to change, get rid of them. Get the fuck rid of them. There is no contractual obligation to stay committed to family. None. Zero. This whole bullshit that people say blood is thicker than water, that's not even the fucking quote. The quote is, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the room. Yeah, that's your problem right there. You're a saver. You are a saver. You are like me. You want to save people. The problem with wanting to save people is that People will never change until they have to save themselves. For example, you heard me just say a minute ago, I have never taken a payday loan, but I have not eaten in 3 days. I've not eaten in 3 days because I didn't have a fucking spare dollar to buy a thing of ramen at the convenience store. This is so terrible, but one of my best memories when I was fucking poor, once upon a time in a land far away, I was fucking poor and I was at work and I was the working fucking poor because I had made some bad decisions and I found a 20 in the parking lot. Do you think I told anybody, right, that I found a 20 in the parking lot? Nope. I will answer if asked. If I am not asked, it's in a parking lot. Have you ever filled jugs of water at a local park because you chose between electricity and water that month? I have not been in that situation. I have never been destitute. I've been poor, but I've not been destitute. I've never been in the situation where you're making payments on your utilities because if you make any payment, they can't shut you off. I've never been there. I've been not able to buy food poor, but not destitute poor. It's like I told you, I have a friend, she knows I talk about her. She doesn't like the fact that I talk about her, but I talk about her. I have a friend who can't make ends meet. I'm a saver. The little bit of extra money that I get, I throw to groceries for her kids. Because kids shouldn't suffer. She says to me, can I send you my commission checks and you hold on to them so I can give my kids Christmas? And sure. Absolutely I can. If she says, I haven't been able to buy groceries, I'm going to say, well, I don't fucking care now. Do kids deserve a Christmas? Yes. Do kids need a Christmas? No. They need lights, they need roof, they need walls, they need heat, they need lights to do their homework, they need clean clothes to go to school. When I was right out of college, I was living in a rented bedroom. I had a bed and a computer. I was living with mostly friends. Between the four of us, we were only working a total of 40 hours a week. So we were all four living basically on one income for 6 to 7 months. I got a job, I told you guys once, in between semesters in college. I got a job at White Castle. I got a job at White Castle because when minimum wage was about $5.50, they were paying $10.25 and $11.25 on overnights. And I worked nothing but overnights. And the reason I got the job at White Castle was because I worked overnights and we got 50 cents taken out of our, if we wanted to eat that day, if we wanted to eat adjoined to our shifts, we had to check a box that said we had 50 cents taken out of our paycheck to cover the tax on the food. Now, it's probably some bullshit, but whatever. I liked the job because I would get to work 30 minutes early and I would eat dinner. And then I would, on my break, eat. And then leaving for breakfast, I would get food. And a lot of the times, so many people were crossing over, my boss would just hand me a to-go bag and say, get out of here. We weren't allowed to take food home, but my boss would say, get the fuck out of here. If I had already eaten and my boss gave me a to-go bag to get me away from the table, that food went in, and then I would figure out where my next day off was. Is the food going to hold till then? If it wasn't going to hold till then, I would try to think to myself, who will give me $2 for this bag of food? Because the $2 was more meaningful. Yeah, subbing and you can eat in the cafeteria. Yeah. I still think we could tweak it a little or put some regulations on it. There are regulations on it. Why do you think they limit the fucking, like, what regulation do you want to put on it? Let me just ask you. What regulation do you want to put on, like, payday loans? Because the regulation exists because the answer used to be no. Why is your car interest rate 30%? Because the answer used to be no, and after they sued, they said it was discrimination. And the car company said, do you have any idea how much money maybe put a qualifier on it. You can't get a payday loan if you make $600 a month. Why are you discriminating against poor people, man? In order to get a payday loan, you have to bring in your pay slip. They only advance you a percentage of your paycheck. Maybe instead of trying to regulate a problem, maybe we should teach people, right? Maybe we should teach people in high school why payday loans are predatory. Which I did. I taught in a impoverished neighborhood. Yeah, if you're only making $600 a month, you don't need a payday loan. You need a second job or a new job or two jobs. One of the things I said when I was teaching once, and I was teaching in a black neighborhood because it's only relevant to the story. I was teaching in a black neighborhood. And what I said was, today's social studies lesson is how you open a bank account. One of the kids, no shit, said to me, my parents told me to never open a bank account. Why's that? Because the banks take your money. Yes, the banks take your money and they give you a receipt for the money and they even pay you a little interest on it. No, they'll take your money and they won't give it back. I don't think it's ever going to go that way. Social media has a wider voice than a few teachers. No, it doesn't. Social media has a stupid voice. Social media has a stupid voice. How many videos on my short form content have I had to make to respond to stupid ass people putting out bad information?
Tariffs are a...
Social media is why people are fucking dumb. That's the problem. Social media is because people are dumb. I've had to put out videos on why boycotting. People want to do a single day of boycott. All a single day or a week. You guys remember, we're supposed to be in an economic blackout this week. Why the fuck would I want to do an economic blackout? Ever. It doesn't hurt the company. Do you realize that logistically speaking, you have to wait more than 61 days to impact modern companies with their logistic supply chain management systems? You'll only get a company's attention if you impact them for more than 60 days and they have to start rerouting trucks. Yeah. Prior to the blackout, sales spike in anticipation. That's called pre-buying. And then you get to the end where all the people are like, thank God the economic blackout is over. They rush out and they buy things. Meanwhile, the store manager is smiling and saying, thanks for this. And, thanks for saving me on 700 hours of labor this week because I sent cashiers home and stock people home. All a 5-day blackout does is hurt hourly employees. People listen to it more than they listen to a teacher. You're right. And the reason why is this. I'm going to play a religious one that I'm going to be responding to. I'm just going to play the first part of this.
If a single Christian can answer this question, I will leave Islam. Why does God not answer Jesus' prayers when Jesus says in the Bible that God always answers his prayers, but then he prays to be saved on the cross and he's not saved?
Hold on. When does Jesus ever pray on the cross to be saved? According to 4 different people, Jesus says 4 things on the cross. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. My God, why have you forsaken me? Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. It is finished. The only prayer Jesus gives on the cross is, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. The only question Jesus asks is, why have you forsaken me? Now, Jesus does ask, for those of you that aren't up on your Bible, Jesus does ask his dad, his father, to not do this. Some of you aren't familiar with this because it's not something they talk a lot about in Christianity or Catholicism. Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will. Jesus doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to suffer. He doesn't want to be crucified. He asks his dad to not do this to him. But he says, not as I will, but as you will. Why does assholes like this even get a fucking platform? Why do we have to tolerate ignorance and bigotry? That is why I should be able to click on a button and report that video for fucking just absolute ass clown stupidity. Type up my reason, and then somebody at TikTok should watch that video and be like, yep, this guy is an ass clown. He can't be on our platform anymore. But you have people that give bad financial. Remember the TikToker who said, if you need to get a lot of money, what you do is you go and you start an LLC, and then you get a credit card for that LLC, and then you buy an $80,000 watch, and then you sell the $80,000 watch personally, and then you just close the business. And I literally was like, that's fraud, and personal fraud. You're gonna go to jail. And the guy went to jail. He literally had to delete all of his TikToks, and he was court ordered to put out one short form video that says, I've been ordered to make this video and to let everybody know that I'm going to jail for a year for the things that I've said. Don't do the things that I've said. It would have to be handled delicately because the report functions are weaponized. Yes, it would. And if you weaponize a report function, they ban your account and then you just can't be on the platform. That would go back into, wouldn't it be nice if we had a federal ID? In order to get on social media platforms, you have to provide your federal ID. Once you get banned, you can't get back on. That's why community notes are great. No, they're not. Community notes are fucking stupid too, because the community notes come from the fucking community and half the time those are wrong. Weaponizing report functions in the real world gets taken care of pretty quickly. It's only in gaming that they let the autism run. Hey! Community notes are manipulated too. Yeah, they are. Community notes are often wrong. Community notes are often... The community notes this. Yeah? And? That's not all of it. I don't think community notes are a good solution. I think community notes have a place. I think community notes are good. I don't think community notes are a solution to ass clowns that present the wrong information. People treat Wikipedia like it's absolute fact, and that's why I have always had a classroom rule when I'm a teacher. If you put Wikipedia on your works cited page, you are absolutely failed. That is literally in the rubric. When I provide a rubric for the paper, it literally says works cited page. And underneath it says, if you cite Wikipedia, it is an auto fail on your paper. And goddamn if I haven't had people fucking cite Wikipedia, even though in big bold fucking letters in the rubric it says, if you cite Wikipedia, your paper is automatically a fail. How do I speed check all my papers? Grade them from the back. Wikipedia, fail. Wikipedia, fail. Give them back to people with an F. I don't even do you the consideration of proofing the rest of the paper. You didn't do me the consideration of actually doing research. I also think this is funny. This kills me. This absolutely kills me when people cite like this. I'm just like, seriously. Hey, this looks like it's looking out to be a pretty good news article. What the fuck? I didn't use ChatGPT to write my paper. Oh, really, asshole? Oh, really? Then why are all your fucking citations source ChatGPT? Fucking monkey. The fuck out of here. ChatGPT is awesome. Hey, ChatGPT, I need some references on this. Can you do that for me? ChatGPT, I want you to challenge this. I don't think I've made this point very clear. ChatGPT comes back with, no, you haven't. This is this, and this. Oh, shit. Didn't even think about that. ChatGPT, please scan this writing for any logical fallacies. Yes, you're starting to stray into these logical fallacies. But you'll notice what I didn't say was ChatGPT, write this. Did I see the lawyer that was fined for using ChatGPT? 21 of the 23 quotes were fake. Yeah, did you see that lawyer got disbarred for using ChatGPT? There's a lawyer who lost their law license. They went up before the ethics committee. It might even be that lawyer. Lawyer went up in front of the ethics committee for using ChatGPT, and ethics committee was like, nope, get the fuck out. You're no longer considered to have passed the bar in this state. Let's see.
If a single Christian can...
What did she have to say?
You're not going to like what I have to say, but the reason why you're so unhappy in life is because you have not taken ownership of your choices and you have not assessed the situation and made changes to make yourself feel better.
You have not taken ownership of your life. I guess the downside of freedom is everyone is allowed to grow stupid and eventually society will be ruled by them and the intelligent will be at the bottom. No, Magnus, here's why the intelligent will never be at the bottom. And I mean this with all sincerity. Look around all the smart people you know and ask the really smart, not the supposed smart people, the actual smart people. Ask the smart people if they have an evacuation plan. Notice how many Americans are looking into getting citizenship in other countries. It's such a problem now. The fucking American government is actually reminding people Americans are taxed if they live in another country. What Americans don't realize is if you move out of America, you still have to pay American income tax. You have to file. Doesn't necessarily mean you don't get it all back, but you have to file. Americans are getting ready to fucking bail on this country because there's a lot of nice other countries that want intellectual Americans. They want trained people. They want teachers and doctors. Right now, the world is looking at America be like, that place is a fucking shithole. Europeans are right. Europeans are right on a lot of things they say. Not all the things they say. Then we are giving up that American freedom. But yes, there's no reason. What the fuck do you mean American freedom? Did you know that 90% of the fucking countries on this planet have used our constitution as the draft for their constitution? What? America isn't, where is, most of the EU is equally as free. Most of the EU is equally as free. You know where your enter key is, you promise? The problem that I have with people and their freedom of speech is that they don't want to take consequence for their freedom of speech. People don't want to take consequence for the things that they say. I think that makes you a fucking horrible human being. You said it, but you don't want to be accountable for it, which is why you'll notice I teach a very specific version of personal integrity. Integrity, doing the right thing when nobody is looking, that's a bullshit easy answer. That's a bullshit easy answer. Integrity is saying something and then standing up to it. Letting people walk into the ring and hit you with what you said 5 years ago, 10 years ago. EU has its own problems, though. You're right. EU does have its own problems. They're no different than the problems here. EU has the problem where you're going to have a lot more fucking... Dude, I'm not... Don't tag me and get me into a fucking argument. I gave him the finger when he made a comment about autistic people. He has the freedom to do a comparison. I don't agree with it. I also don't need to fight with him about it. He wants to lump a particular set of behavior in an intellectual way of social awkwardness. He can do that. Carthos is a Nazi. Just say that for fun. You can call Carthos a Nazi. The problem is it's gonna be a really awkward conversation considering he's a Jew. If you want to go that route, go ahead, but then I'm gonna say, what has he said that makes him a Nazi? I don't need to fight with people because they use the word autistic in a colloquial way. I don't identify with half of the fucking autistics' behaviors. You'll notice that I very rarely call myself autistic. You didn't say anything that has to do with it. You're doing the same thing you always do when somebody uses autistic. I don't need you to defend me. If you don't think that label applies to you, then give him the finger and move on. As I was saying, I don't give a shit when people use the word autistic. My diagnosis is Asperger's syndrome. I use neurodivergent. Yeah, you didn't say all autistic people do this. You said, and that, I don't even remember what the fuck you said at this point. I gave you the finger and I moved on. Because it was like, fuck you. Like, it's the same thing when I don't even remember what the fuck you said. What the fuck is it? Weaponizing report functions in the real world gets taken care of pretty quickly. It's only in gaming that they just let the autism run wild. Yeah, fuck you. I'm not offended by that. I'm not offended by that. Like, fuck you for saying it, but, you know. People gotta stop. Like, I don't, like, honestly, to that comment, it's a fucking insensitive comment, but I'm not gonna, like, I'll give you the finger, I'll move on. See, I'm not gonna, like, It doesn't matter. I'm not offended by it. If you're offended by it, do what you need to do. Well, that's weird. I just got an email. I'm waiting for a specific email. We're sending you this notice to meet all federal civil rights laws. We don't discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, age, disability, or sex. We don't exclude people or treat them less favorably because of race, color, national origin, disability, or sex. Apparently, Aetna must have gotten fucking slapped. For something, because Aetna's just like, we don't discriminate. Or maybe it's because they're suing Intrepid, and Intrepid's gonna try, they're like, oh fuck, we just send this notice out. Yeah, you're both cunts. I'm glad we sorted that out. Thank you. The fight against social media and actually teaching people right, I think, is a losing war. It is a losing war. And here's why. People are always going to take the path of least resistance. But people are going to take the path of least resistance and then complain that their rewards aren't the same rewards as the people who took the path less traveled. Like, for example, I was offered a really shitty work schedule. I was offered a really, really, really shitty work schedule. The work schedule was a split shift where I had to be at work at 3 in the morning. And I worked until 7:30. And then I had to come back in the afternoon, which sucked. The good part for me was it was less than 15 minutes to my university. So I got up at 3 in the morning. Well, I got up at 2 in the morning, went to work, did all of the shipping and receiving for the district, went to school, got back to work at the time where we had to make sure, number one, we weren't incurring demurrage from the shipping the trucks. And then 2, if they hadn't called in that they had arrived, I had to call all the shipping companies for all the trucks that hadn't arrived and said, the window is now closed. And that's all I had to say. Delivery 6413 is the window is now closed. Try again to make delivery tomorrow at after 4 in the morning. That was it. I made fuck ton good money, but I was dog ass tired. I was dog ass tired. Because you're getting up at 2 in the morning and then you're going to college, you're going to work, going to college, going back to work, getting home, and then trying to do papers and read. But it was worth it because on my days off, and when I say this, I mean, on my day off, I got up in the morning and I opened the fridge and there was a fridge full of food. On my days off, I wasn't calling people and being like, do you need any manual labor? Hey buddy, do you have a job site that I can clean for $50 so I can buy groceries? You know what I'm saying? People that I went to college with were like, yeah, man, I work at McDonald's 4 nights a week and I don't have any money. I'm dog ass tired, but my mortgage is getting paid. My college tuition is getting paid. People are afraid to dig in anymore. I guess that's why everyone's so radical, because they have so little hope of things being mended without radical intervention. Bullshit. No, fuck that. Fuck that. You do not need radical intervention. What do you need radical intervention for? We don't need to radically change the system. We need the people in the system to radically change. Why is it people want the fucking creator on high who's looking at the board game to change the rules? Why do we need that? Why can't people look at the situation and say, well, this is fucked. That's my only way out. I got to get on the bottom rung of the ladder and I got to climb. Why is it that people who find themselves starting in a hole want to complain and use all their energy belly aching about being in a hole? Again, to go back to the one that happened earlier this week, I am not saying this is right. I am not saying that the way society is, that some people started the game down here and some people started the game here, and some people get to start the game up there. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm not saying it's equal. I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying that if I was, you know, Jalan Almighty, right? Making social media platforms fact check everything is a radical example, in my opinion. So many people would be against it, probably more for it. You're right. Because it is harder to make good content than it is to make shit tier content. Every time you're on social media, you're making somebody else rich. You're putting money in somebody else's pocket every minute you spend on social media. Period. Dot. That's just the way the fuck it is. There's no... I wish it wasn't that way. There is literally, that's the way it is. With that said, we live in a fucked up world. We live in an absolutely dog shit fucked up world. But unfortunately, we can't fix it because everybody wants to say their fault instead of saying our fault. Like, you'll notice, we the people are the fucking problem, but I'm not the problem. But I can't say you're the problem. Look, you lazy ass motherfucker. Put the goddamn porn down. Wash your fucking hands so you don't get Cheetos on the public library book. Put the porn down, I said. Get a fucking book. Do you have a library card in your wallet? Are you American? No? You're part of the problem in 5 different ways. If you're an American and you don't have a library card in your wallet, go to your library after work today or on this weekend and get a library card. The library gets funded due to how many people they have as registered library patrons. And then, while you're there getting a library card, get a book. Get 1 fiction and 1 nonfiction book. Isn't that a violation of Twitch terms of service talking about threats in an open channel? Karthos, if you want to throw threats, do it in here and not in Whistler's mic. Dude, 6 foot, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to lose this fight because if you can't handle going into a private conversation and you bring it back here for dad to deal with, if he PM'd you, you have 2 choices. The command is /block and a username. That's it. Don't put it back on my fucking table. I don't want this shit. I don't want this shit on the table. I already addressed it. I gave him the fucking finger when he made a comment about autistic people. It started here and ended here. He's the one. Again, I don't give a fuck about your personal problem. Now, your personal problem is impacting my show. If somebody PMs somebody else, deal with it in your fucking PMs. Don't bring it back to daddy because daddy only has the belt. That's it. I don't give a fuck about this. Right? I don't give a fuck. I gave him the finger and I'll call him a fucking racial derogatory name later and he'll recognize that he ain't ever gonna change and it's not my job to change him. I don't give a fuck. Was it an insensitive comment? Yes. Let it the fuck go. Jesus Christ. Let me tell you something right now. He said it to you. I'll say it to you. You're being autistic as fuck right now. Happy? I can say it to you. I'm autistic. You're being autistic as fuck. You are absolutely modeling the behavior that he pointed out. So you lived up to the stereotype. You lived up to it. If it was a fucking silhouette on the fucking wall, you stepped up into it and they're like, God damn, we found the model for this silhouette cutout. Fuck. This is why I don't like fellow neurodivergents either. Do you see that behavior he was talking about? Which one of these pictures are different? But they're the same. Shit. It's why you saw when I fucking read through his comment, I got to the word autistic and I gave him the finger. Now, where the fuck was I?
You're not gonna like what I have.
No, I'm not gonna like what you have to say. People don't take accountability for their shit. Did you see this nonsense? Did you see the fucking American government wants to try to tax the Pope? Holy fuck, I'll let this play.
I think his papal salary would certainly be considered U.S. taxable income, presumptively, if you just look at the tax code as it's written. Members of the clergy are just like everybody else, really. They've got to report their income. Now, there are certain exceptions that are made in the Internal Revenue Code for certain members of religious orders who have taken on a vow of poverty. They typically apply to certain types of monks or nuns. The problem there is that we're not just talking about an underling. We're talking about somebody who's actually the head of the church, right? So let's say you had a situation with Pope Leo where he donated his papal salary back to the Vatican. And he simply said, guys, you want to pay me, I'm going to donate it right back, spend it on feeding the poor or, something like that. Okay, that doesn't get him off the hook, really, because he's donating the money back to a religious institution of which he is the functional CEO. And as the head of the church, if you will, the CEO of the Vatican, one of the world's major religions, he ultimately has authority over how that money is going to get spent, right? I mean, he could rent out the Sixtine Chapel if he wants, or, sell Michelangelo's Pietà. He could do whatever he wants. Who's going to stop him? So because of that control issue, I don't think he's going to be able to avail himself of the ability to exclude his papal salary from taxable income.
Can I just say, we have reached an all-time level of fucking stupid. Okay? We have reached a fucking level of stupid. He's the fucking Pope. He's the fucking Pope. Do you really want to fuck with the Pope? Do you really want to send the IRS after the Pope? The Pope, right? The Pope has a stipend of $33,000 a month. Okay? Most of them have declined their salary. It wasn't that long ago that the Pope was the single biggest source of consolidated power in the world. I would argue that the Pope is still the single biggest source of consolidated power except for military power in the world. I think that the Pope can influence more people than anybody else on the planet. Because the Pope speaks and his message gets sent out very, very quickly to every diocese in the world. I don't know what the fuck is going on a planet where you would ever even have the idea of taxing the Pope. Even if he is an American citizen. We've got to have somebody in the fucking State Department and the IRS department have got to have more than 2 brain cells each and said he's the head of a foreign country. We don't have a rule on this because we've never had an American Pope before. Tax code, blah-diddy, blah, blah, fucking blah. Americans living abroad. Section 97, subsection A. If you happen to be elevated to the role of the Pope, making you a foreign head of state, for the duration of your time as the Pope, you do not pay federal income taxes. Subsection I. Should you happen to retire due to being infirm, you also pay no taxes. Subsection II. You will not be eligible for Social Security, as we do not pay Social Security benefits to foreign heads of state. Is it really worth getting the Pope against you for a few $1,000s a month in tax revenue? No. No, it is not. No, the fuck it is not. And the fact that we have 18 million people living in poverty, and that's not the daily discussion. Every fucking day I turn on anything and I get the whole fucking gun control. I don't care about gun control. I give no shits about fucking gun control. I give no fucks about gun control. I don't care about gun control. I care, right? I care that we keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have guns. I care about keeping guns out of the hands. He has a stipend. It's not salary. It's all his earthly needs are paid for by the Vatican. Yeah, he's a dual citizen too. We piss off the Pope and bails. Then we have a Pope who's from Peru. Right, exactly. I am tired of living in a society where the loudest people are the dumbest people. And what we've done is we've created a world where for 20 years we've said the solution to winning arguments is to not argue with fools. And here's why I continue to do this show. And here's why in a particular Discord, I used to spend a lot of time trying to educate the ignorant. And I realized it was never going to do me any good. So I stopped doing it. Because this is what we've done. What we have said is, what is the secret to eternal happiness? To not argue with fools. I disagree. Yeah, you're right. That right there is the problem. That's the fucking problem. If you ask me a question and I give you an answer and then you argue with me, do me a favor and fuck right off. Because you asked me the question. Why'd you ask the question then? Why'd you ask the question? If you knew and you asked the question, you were just looking for somebody to validate your opinion. I am never going to blanketly validate your opinion if your opinion is fucking wrong. Like,
I think his papal
we have this just, I hate living in this world. I absolutely hate it. Because we have dumb motherfuckers. We just have absolutely the worst kind of stupid ass motherfuckers. If you think you are smarter than the older generation, remember this. 20 years ago, the owner's manual told us how to adjust our valves and engine timing. Now it tells you not to drink the contents of your fucking battery. Look. Younger millennials, Zoomers, neo-millennials. I used to get a book in my fucking car that was like this, and I could open it up and I could find out shit about my car. Now, today, you can't do a lot of that shit without a computer. But the fact that we have to tell people not to fucking drink the contents of the battery. No, it says more about the fucking intelligence of people. It says more about the intelligence of people. Don't drink the fucking contents of the battery. Don't eat fucking Tide Pods. You know what? I'm absolutely against that idea. Eat all the fucking Tide Pods you want. Snort all the cinnamon you want. Put a fork in the fucking electric socket. George Carlin said it best. 30 classmates, minus 1, 29 classmates. The salty bread, the fact that people do some of this stupid shit, they wouldn't have it in the manual if people didn't get sued for it. No, you're right, man. You're right. Because people in my generation fucking knew better. We used to fucking knew better. Know better. We knew better. The problem is they do it again. They aren't learning from getting burnt, shocked, sick. It's funny to them. We should have a fucking judge who says, yeah, you wouldn't have to sue for medical costs if you didn't drink the battery fluid. There was a guy, I don't know if you guys heard about this. Yeah, what about a battery makes you think, hey, I bet that tastes really good. Let me see if I can find this video, because this is the future of our fucking world, folks. This is the future of the goddamn world.
What the hell? What the hell? You just connected a circuit with a 12-volt battery and your nose ring. Here, look, lad. Normally I'm here to make fun of people for doing dumb shit, but you just outdid most of us millennials. We used to stick our tongue on it, and that was enough of a shock. But you, that was hardcore.
Next week, Duracell's gonna have to start putting on the side of fucking 9-volt batteries. Duracell's gonna have to be like, don't connect your fucking Is this the other one? Hold on. The worst part is there's a lot of people that have done it. There's a lot of them. It's like, I would like to just say, we're living in a society where people can do this to themselves.
Okay, so my nose hoop rings came in. They're so cute!
But those people are the people that can't get fucking jobs. Yeah, more piercings than pronouns. Why was that individual crying? Every time I miss while trying to close the hoop of a piece of my sanity, they couldn't get their nose ring piercing closed. It's so unfair I can't get a job. I guess another part of me doesn't want to be pushed out of the country by the majority of stupid. There you go. There you go. Now you're getting it. Now you're fucking getting to... Now you're getting it. Folks, it was only in my generation. Grumpy old man is grumpy, so he'll tell you. What did we do when our battery went dead? It's a perfectly good battery. What did we do? We went to the bench in the back of our garage. We cleaned it off. We put down fucking soak pad. We opened up the battery and we said, oh, I just need to run up to the fucking auto parts store and get a vial of acid and remix my acid water content. and then I throw it on the trickle charge overnight, my battery will be good. Too many people were fucking burning themselves with the acid. Now we don't even make the batteries that way anymore. Why is everything so expensive? Because people are fucking dumb. I think the village idiots have always been around, but the only difference now is we have 8 billion people and most of them have cameras. Yeah, good luck finding a battery you can open, no shit. Black magic is absolutely correct. The difference is that the village idiot kids died and didn't grow up to have kids of their own, so we weren't having village idiots breeding with village idiots. And then having village idiot 2.0 and now 3.0. You didn't know a battery could be opened? Yeah. We used to mix the battery acid in the back of our garages and then put our battery on a trickle charge. They can't anymore. Yeah, just add water most of the time in the old days. Yeah, look, let me see it. I don't want to play their whole video, but your hand out of the way. Yeah, man, they looked like this. They just looked like this. They had 6 or 8 caps, and you actually had to look in the manual, or yeah, normally the mix ratio was in the manual if you had your stock battery. Now, if you bought a aftermarket battery, then you needed to have that mix ratio, but it was mostly the fucking same. Like, it wasn't like this was complicated, but yeah, they were just like that. Yeah, just like the forklift you used to work on, just like the fucking lawnmower. But now, because people are dumb, we can't do it anymore. We can't do it anymore. And kids, and I don't blame the kids. I don't blame the kids. I don't blame the kids. I blame the kids' parents. Like, only once did one of my kids ever follow through with the threat. I'm gonna call grandpa. Go fucking ahead. Go here. You know what? I'll get him on the phone for you. Go right the fuck ahead. You can use my phone. I know he'll pick it up if it's my number. He won't know your number. He'll pick it up if it's mine. One time, one of the kids called grandpa. I think the story made its way around all the kids. Used to take shit apart all the time and it didn't work. Yeah, grumpy old man, we used to take shit apart all the time when it didn't work because we couldn't afford the fucking replacements. Or even if we could afford it, it was going to be 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. I think people don't understand the idea. That's how your VCR died when you were 9? Yeah, but in my case, I had a bunch of VCRs that worked because people didn't know how to fix them. Someone took it apart. Someone took it apart. Like, we live in a society now where it's just not cost advantage to repair shit. It's not worth the time. Anybody remember when DVD players first came out? There's also the fact that companies have made it intentionally more difficult to repair things yourself. That's true. That's true. That's absolutely true. They've put things in such a way that you can't get to the ribbon cable without fucking it up because you have to know exactly how to bend this fucking board. Luckily, things last longer now and don't break as often. Remember when DVD players first came out? They were like $300. That's why right to repair is a thing. It is a thing. Yeah, proprietary heads, proprietary screws. It's all bullshit. I'm gonna do a quick search. I want to see something. DVD players used to be $300. I can buy a DVD player right now for $32. $32. I could $31. I could probably get one cheaper if I went looking. $34. $34 for an HDMI one. That's sexy. People don't want to bother. $32.72. You can buy a 32-inch smart TV. Hold on, let's see. TV priced low to high. I can buy a Roku smart TV 24-inch for $74. Yes, he is right. 32-inch smart TV for $88. And I want to show you guys how fucked up our world has become. This is how fucked up our world is now. So here's the TV. We have one of these. It's a good TV. It's a good quality. $88. Delivery as soon as 1 hour. Free shipping and arrives tomorrow. Delivery as soon as 1 hour. I don't even need to leave my house. Someone will bring me a fucking TV. Ain't that the height of laziness? I don't even need to leave my house. Someone will bring me a fucking TV. So why would I ever dick around with paying to repair a TV? You had a wood frame floor model, took 2 grown men to move it. Shit, I had that. Took me, my brother, my dad, and one other full fucking fledged man. And I said to my dad, we moved when I was 16. We had this fucking TV in the basement. And I shit you not, man. I kid you the fuck not. I looked at my dad. It took 4 of us to get this son of a bitch out of the basement. And at the time, the basement that we had at that time was a straight stairwell. We had done a renovation, so the stairwell was just straight out. When my dad had put that TV down there, it was down a bunch of steps and around a corner, and there was like a door out, but there's no way he would have brought it up from outside because it was like nothing. I said, how the fuck, I said, Dad, how the fuck did you get, I was mad because 16 years old, sweating my ass off, getting this TV out of the basement. How the fuck did you get this down here without me and my brother? He's like, I carried it. Excuse the, what? And my older brother was like, yeah, Dad brought it in by himself. How fucking strong were you, asshole? And he's like, well, wait till we go to move the oven. Fuck. My dad was 17 years older. My dad was a lot weaker. We had to fucking set up pulleys and fucking winches, and we had to fucking cardboard slide. Him and one delivery guy brought this fucking big ass oven into the basement. Labor is really cheap now. There's no reason to install anything yourself if you have the money. That one depends. That depends on your skill set. There is a lot of reason to install things yourself if you know what you're doing and you can do a better quality install by buying better quality stuff, and then you write your labor off. You're absolutely right. When I say to people, just because you did it yourself doesn't mean you saved any money. And people look at my dad kind of started to get pissed with me once, and he'd be like, well, what do you mean? I said, Dad, at the time, I said, Dad, I get paid $60 an hour to go to work. And he's like, yeah. I said, I don't get paid $60 an hour to go to work to then come home and mow a fucking lawn. because there's always overtime available at work. It makes no sense for me to leave my job and drive home and mow the lawn when I can stay an extra hour at work, get paid $90 for overtime, because we always had overtime. And then the lawn guy costs me $20 a week. This was back a while ago. I said, it makes no fucking sense for me to do that. Well, he's like, well, you got to have pride in your lawn. I was like, I do have pride in my lawn. That's why I pay somebody to mow it. And my dad comes from that baby boomer silent generation shit where you're supposed to have pride in the things you do by hand. Like, my dad got mad once. I moved back in after my mom got sick, and my dad said, when was the last time you got your oil changed? I said, oh, I drop it off at the oil change place right next to my office. I said, I just pick whatever day that I can't get a parking spot, and I'd go in and get an oil change, and it cost me $35 to get an oil change, tires rotated, fluids filled, and my car can stay there all day, so I don't pay for parking. And my dad's like, you should have more pride in your car. You should take care of it yourself. But I would pay $18 for parking. So I can drop it off and get the tires rotated and everything. He's like, well, you could rotate your own tires. Oh yeah, I definitely want to spend half of a fucking Saturday putting my car up on fucking jack stands to rotate my tires when they can literally, like, Dad, it takes them 5 minutes to rotate my tires. Yeah, I sent my car to daycare for free parking. Yeah. I was under my house crawling around to fix some stuff. My knees, hips, lower back hurt for 2 weeks. Wasn't worth the money I saved. Yeah. It's an old school mentality. If you are capable of doing something yourself, you should absolutely do it. It is an old school mentality. And I think it works unless the statement is, or I can go make more money, and I can go make more money during this hour. Used to change your own oil, but the last car I bought came with free lifetime oil changes, and the dealership is walking distance to a great crab restaurant, so I just go have lunch. Yeah, exactly. Now, I will say the other day I was pissed I was mad as a hornet the other day. The management and the scheduling team at the automotive center I go to all changed. I'm used to dropping off my car, going to sushi, coming back, my car is done. They fucked all that up. But the new manager was really receptive to CPI feedback, so I was happy enough to talk to him. I was like, look, man, you're going to lose all of your fucking customers here. You're going to lose everybody. I said, you can't be this bad. And he's like, well, it's just because we get overwhelmed. If you have a 9 o'clock appointment for a tire, then you only take one appointment in at 8 o'clock, one walk-in. If you have 2 walk-ins at 8 o'clock, what you tell them is, I have 3 cars ahead of you. I have the 8 o'clock appointment, the one that came in, and the 9 o'clock appointment. If the 9 o'clock appointment gets there at 8:50, take the 9 o'clock appointment at 8:50 and then walk the other one in. Don't take the other car at 8:50, trying to squeeze in an extra one before the 9, because once it hits 9 o'clock, if the 9 o'clock car... Oh, shit. What did I just do? Shit. Hold on, I just fucked my watch up. If the 9 o'clock appointment comes in and you've got a car on the rack, at 9:01, you're fucking with the 9 o'clock appointment. Don't do that. Don't do that at all. Deal with the one and then walk the other one in. He's like, well, we're supposed to try to make as much money as possible. So what the fuck money are you going to be making on the day where no one's made appointments and no one's walking in? I'll tell you right now, the sushi place that I eat at is why I come here. If I can't drop my car off here and get it work done, I'll drag it to the Fairview Heights location and then I'll eat at Tasty Bowl. I don't give a shit what I have for lunch. I give a shit that I'm not sitting in the fucking waiting room because you can't manage to unfuck your scheduling. The guy called me the next day and he was really cool about it. And we did like a little CPI stuff, and I gave him some Toyota production system, like goodness. And he said, I might call on you again to learn some more stuff. I said, good. I'd be happy to teach you some stuff. Like an oil change place that doesn't have an oil change technician. I said to him, you have a whole fucking, you have 12 bays of mechanics, right? Yeah. Every one of them can do an oil change. And he kind of, yeah, but you're not running the oil change side today. Well, yeah, the oil change guys called in. You're working oil change from 9 to 10:30. You're working oil change from 10:30 to noon. But then I have to pay them heavy mechanic rate for doing oil changes. Yeah. But what you're not doing is pissing off all the people who come here for their scheduled fucking oil change. Oh, well, we've been giving them a discount. So you're giving a discount on your highest profit margin product to keep them happy? Dude, how'd you get fucking promoted to manager? Like, it's such simple shit. Take good care of your customers, but at the same time, don't suffer Karens. Like, I'm sorry, but the Karen thing going on right now, yeah, you're basically fucking yourself. Don't tolerate Karens. Don't tolerate them. If you run a business and you get a Karen, tell Karen to shut the fuck up. I will promise you this. If you let a Karen make excuse me, you're going to have to lower your decibel and you're going to have to leave, but you owe us for the meal. I'm not paying for it. Then I'm calling the police and I'm having you arrested. And when the police get here, I'm going to get your ID and I'm going to have you trespassed. And if you ever set foot on my property again, I'll have you arrested for criminal trespass. If you try to walk out of here without paying, I'll have you arrested for theft. Nothing will shut up. Yeah, Karens are great marketing on TikTok. Karens are amazing marketing on TikTok. Show them in your establishment so people get a laugh, and then say, as long as you treat them respectfully but firmly, the word will get around the Karen Madness network. They won't come to your place. It's like I know that a Walmart employee, I don't even go into stores anymore. I know a Walmart company policy probably protects them and companies don't have to deal with them. Yeah, but the problem with corporate policy is what the customer's always right. Fuck that. No, they're not. The saying is the customer is always right about what they want to buy. Like some of the best sales techniques that I've seen involve being blunt and honest. Why should I buy your product? You probably shouldn't. Excuse me? You probably shouldn't. What do you mean by that? Doesn't seem like you know an awful lot about it, so I'm not quite sure what you're buying. I'm more than happy to match you with a product that meets your needs. But like when people start negotiating about price, turn it into a conversation about value. Well, I think your price is a little high. Okay, well, which parts of our service package would you like me to get rid of? Oh, well, I want all the service package. I'm confused then. What parts of our services do you think are low value? Well, I think they're all good value. But you've just said my price is too high. It's not about getting them to say yes right away. It's about getting them to talk. I'm probably the easiest person to ever sell anything to. Tell my real estate agents this all the time. When we get to a house, stand by the door. If your policy requires you to follow me around. Don't talk to me. You're gonna see me take out a tape measure. You're gonna see me take out a laser distancer. You're gonna see me say some stuff to my wife. You might not understand it all, because my wife can speak my shorthand. You'll see my wife there with a notepad. And I say to him, don't jump in, because I don't want you to break my line of thought. I've looked at houses and I've said, but what I tell my real estate agent is I'm buying a house. I went from Kansas to Ohio. Wonderful salesperson. Her name was Heidi. I said, Heidi, I'm in a bit of a crunch. I'm here for 3 days. I have to look at upwards of 30 houses. And she's like, that's an awful lot of houses. I said, I know, but I only have 3 days to be here and I gotta see some things. I'm sending you a list of 30 houses. You're selling a house. I have to have a house. So at the end of that 3-day visit, we're putting in an offer on something. I said, I have a list of 30 houses. These are my greens. If one of the houses on my list doesn't meet my greens, let me know. I'll take it off the list. We ended up taking 6 houses off the list because they didn't meet my needs. Yeah, I don't need you to sell me the house. Just get me through the process. When I went to buy a car, I don't need you to sell me a car. I want to look at that car. If that car meets her needs, that car is leaving today. I don't need you to sell me a car because there ain't shit you're going to sell. I'm never getting financing at a dealership again. Ever. I'm literally going to go to the dealer. I'm going to go to my bank and I'm going to say, I'm going to need a car loan. I will call you with a dollar amount and then somebody will come pick up the check. It'll be one of the people on my account. I'm never fucking sitting there for 2 hours again while they finance a car. I'm just going to walk in and be like, yeah, I want to test drive that. Great. How much is the out the door price? Well, the out the door price. Out the door fucking price. What is it? Well, there's things we need to. I'm going to ask you all of one more time for the out the door price, and then I'm out the door. What is the out the door price? Here it is. Cool. I need a check for $27,982.54. Cool. Boom. Walking out the door. Be like, hey, start doing the paperwork. The check will be here in 20 minutes. And it should take you all of that much time to be ready to sell me the car. And so you know I'm bringing the check. You ever have a sales guy get that look of panic when you say out the door price? All the time. Because they can't give you an out the door price because they know then the sales manager is going to throw it in. Like the last time I bought a car where I walked in with the check, I said, yeah, we're going out the door. I know what the out the door price is. Let's go. And then the salesman takes me in and he's got this look of, I'm about to get my ass kicked. I have the check. The sales manager's like, so, well, about I put the check on the table. I said, the check's already filled out. It's from my bank. So unless you're including any of the shit you're about to talk about with me, there's the check, there's the dollar amount. That's all you're getting. So you can put whatever the fuck crystal, ceramic coating, Scotch Guard on the seats, fucking oil maintenance packages. You can write whatever that shit you want to put in the contract. But it won't be 1 penny over what this check is for. Have you ever noticed that when you have the check, it takes all of 2 minutes to close on the car? Yeah, they're supposed to upsell. They're supposed to upsell you on the clear ceramic coating and the Scotch guarding and the maintenance package and the extended warranty. Let's make service that has people go buy a vehicle you want for you, or make it an online thing and they drive the vehicle for you to do a test drive. I have to drive a vehicle to do the test drive. Let me see if I can get the picture so you guys could see what a fucked up thing this was. I loved this. I absolutely loved this, but a lot of people hated it. Okay? Can I get a better picture? Yeah, here's a better picture. So, you gonna give me the fucking picture? A lot of people didn't like this. This was the Saturn Ion. You'll notice that your speedometer and everything wasn't behind the steering wheel. It was in the center console. I liked it. I liked the speedometer over there. I really did. I thought that was a I thought that was a better way to do it. It was less. I loved it. Most people hated it. Most people said when they drove the Ion, they absolutely hated where the speedometer was. The moment I drove the car, I knew I loved the car. I wanted the car. I wanted the car for that feature alone. I mean, I liked my Saturn, but I love that feature. Oh, they'll bring it to you for you to test drive. Oh yeah, I love that idea. My uncle walked in with a check for $5K below the sticker price on a car, literally just handed them the check, and he told them that they won't accept that, he's leaving. He drove away in a new car. Yep, that doesn't work anymore. That really doesn't generally work anymore because most of the time now the sticker price is the price. Let me see if I can find this hilarious thing though. Did you guys see this? Did you guys see this thing? This made me laugh my ass off. They literally put that on the fucking price. Dealer added equipment and services. Additional dealer profit, $15,000. You know that I would have just walked in and been like, I'll take the car for $47,500. And you can take out your floor mats. I don't buy new cars. I don't buy new cars either. New cars are a terrible investment. They lose 20% of their value the moment you drive them off the lot. They lose 50% of their value in the first year. All right, I'm going to play the other show I showed Donald Trump babble fucking at the UN. I want to play an actual statesman. This is an actual statesman in my opinion.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in its simplest form, foreign policy is really about three things: about values, interests, and power. I come from a relatively small country, Finland, and our toolkit is mainly about two of those three things. It's about values and interests. Power, hard or soft, is usually the luxury of bigger players. The power of smaller country arises from its capacity to cooperate with others. Smart diplomacy gives smaller player at least relative influence. The UN is, of course, case in point. Big players have power through their permanent membership in the UN Security Council. But we, the smaller players, can influence the ebb and flow of international relations by being active in the corridors of diplomacy. Now, most of the speeches that we've heard here today have highlighted the fact that the world order, balance, and dynamics are changing, much like they did after World War II when the UN was founded. I actually think that the post-Cold War order is over, but we don't know what the new order is going to look like. It will take at least 5 to 10 years for things to settle. And my message to this assembly today is that regardless of the size, each and every member state of the United Nations has agency, a say in how the new world order will look like. It is important that we all use this power wisely and responsibly. Now, I fully appreciate that our interests differ, depending on our geographical location, history, state of development, or culture. But fundamental values are something we should all share. We have commonly defined some of the most essential of them in the UN Charter. Today, I want to do two things. First, analyze where we are, And second, give my proposals on what we might want to do together.
First of all, I have to tell you, I don't know who this guy is. You know why I don't know who this guy is? Because he hasn't said his name 7 times in a 3-minute introduction. This is a fucking statesman. This is what America needs. It's right. It's Alexander Stubb. You almost forget when you're listening to him that he's a president of any sovereign nation. You almost get the sense that he has transcended to a world government. He understands he is that he is a part of a whole, but he understands he's choosing every word with care because at the end of the day, he doesn't want to be dismissed as the president of Finland.
To understand what's currently happening in the world, I'd like to raise 3 different but yet related developments. First, it seems to me that there's a growing tension between multilateralism, in other words, an order based on the rule of law, and those that speak the language of multipolarity or transactionalism. So difference between multilateralism and multipolarity. Now, I can understand the temptation and the rationale of the proponents of multipolarity and transactionalism. But can they solve the world's biggest challenges, such as climate change or sustainable development? Today, I see many states, both big and small, pursuing transactional or multivectoral foreign policies. In essence, their aim is to diversify their relations with multiple actors rather than aligning with any one particular bloc.
You just said, I just know Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. You know why I know Trump doesn't know what he's talking about? It's because it takes every ounce of my brain power to track what he's talking about. And I have a degree in poli-sci. Trump doesn't understand international relations. And if anybody says Donald Trump understands international relations better than you, he was the president. It's the same fucking argument. Daddy gave Trump close to $414 million in collected adjusted dollars today. It's really easy to be successful in business when daddy gives you 3.5 million, 9 million, and then you inherit 40 to 60 million. It's really easy to be labeled as a success when you didn't have to earn it.
Now, this can be opportunistic, but it may also be justified and reasonable. This depends on political choices. A transactional or multivectoral foreign policy is dominated by interests. Interests drive practical choices of states, and this is entirely legitimate. This kind of foreign policy is based on a realistic understanding of power. Power defines the limits of what is possible for each state. However, values should actually underpin everything we do. Even transactional or multivectoral foreign policy should rest on a score of fundamental values.
You know what the sad part is? Look at how many countries don't bother to listen to anybody else's point of view. They all have something better to do right now than be in there. Every one of those seats is somebody's seat. But they know this guy is a PhD level and they don't want to hear what he has to say.
Without them, foreign policy will ultimately run into a war. If you set aside values for unhindered pursuit of power and interests, you will eventually find before you the very same problems you wanted to overlook. Second, the balance of power in the New World Order is shifting towards the South and the East. Many countries, especially in Africa, Asia, Latin America, are becoming or have become key players in determining the direction of the New World Order. To put it simply, they have both agency and power. They are not only an expanding economic force, but their demographic growth is inexorable. This will also turn them into a political and cultural force. It will yield them both hard power and soft power, and they will use it to promote their interests as they should. The 193 members of the United Nations do not have to agree on every minute detail of values, but we have to have a common understanding of fundamentals. They include the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. They include the prohibition of the use of force and the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms.
So you notice that he treads very, very carefully here. And this is why I call him a statesman. Donald Trump thinks everybody should be American. But how can you look at your own country and say everybody should be like us except 1 in 6 American children live in crippling poverty? The 90% of the population shares 32.8% of the wealth. We don't have values. If every American had a home, had food, had good education, then America could look and try to project its values. Yeah, Americans can't even agree with what that means, and that's the problem. We don't know what poverty is. We say that the poverty line is 15,000 some odd adjusted collected dollars, but then we want to give everybody $31,200 minimum a year. Well, if you want the minimum to be $31,200 a year, then why the fuck is the poverty line 15,000? We want to introduce universal basic income, but some people think that means $1,000 a month, and some people think that that means giving everybody a house, food, clothing, medical care. Well, those things are going to cost a hell of a lot more than $1,000 a month. So he's doing an amazing job saying you have to have values, you have to have the same common denominator values, but what you do inside your country is what you do inside your country.
These values are the building blocks of who we are and what we stand for as the United Nations. The broad international community has overwhelmingly an interest to uphold them. Let me be clear. Russia has no right to continue its aggression on Ukraine. Israel has no right to violate international law in Palestine. States have no right to use Sudanese or Congolese territories to fight proxy wars for their economic or strategic self-interests. I urge us all to heed this message of the international community and act accordingly. War is always a failure of humanity. It is a collective failure of our fundamental values. It is a failure of us as human beings. Thirdly, I would like to say a few words about the state of the United Nations, the institution where we are. The UN was created to maintain and promote peace, stability, development, and friendly relations among nations. In order to achieve this, the balance between the three elements was required. The power at the highest level was represented by the UN Security Council. The interests of the wider membership were reconciled here in the General Assembly, and the values were enshrined in the Charter and consolidated as rules of international law. Now, unfortunately today, the UN is struggling to fulfill its central promise of delivering peace and stability. We can always blame each other, but at the end of the day, it's a collective decision. Countries have increasingly taken the liberty to break the rules of international law and to use force against other people's territories and suppress other nations. The United Nations of today does not sufficiently reflect the realities of the balance of power. All too often, it fails to serve as a forum for the coordination of interests, and the values at its core are too often not respected in good faith. We all want to have the freedom to make choices and a possibility to influence the world around us. Today, many countries are seeking answers in multipolarity or transactionalism. If the UN fails to deliver, this trend will accelerate. So, let me sum up in the terms of the three pillars: values, interests, and power. Our values can divide us. Fundamentally, however, they should unite us around the basic principles of humanity, the rule of law, and the prohibition of aggression. Our interests differ, and it's only right that we promote them. However, our choices have consequences. Opportunism will eventually be forced to confront the problems it tried to ignore.
This is like graduate level political science right there. You're talking about the United Nations that cannot ever be effective. The United Nations can absolutely never be effective because of the Security Council, because of the permanent seats on the Security Council. Even if we did away with the P5, when he talks about transactional relationships, I'll get there. I'm gonna go back to it. I'm prefacing the P5. The problem with the P5 is even if we get rid of the P5, the United States will always buy somebody's veto. So now we don't have anybody with a veto. So now you need 9 out of 15 votes. Well, the United States can intimidate most nations at one time, even if you did the Security Council by pure lottery. Some of the shit going on in Ukraine that Russia is pulling is full-on war crimes. Yeah, but at this point, if you care about your people, you would give that small part of land. No, rather they force civilians to stay and fight trained soldiers. Okay, let me stop you right there. You don't have any idea what the fuck is going on in the Ukraine right now because it's not a small part of land. So if you don't know what's going on, first of all, the Ukraine has a military and their military is fighting Russian conscripts. It's not a small part of land. Second of all, what do you think's going to happen the next time with Russia? Yeah, I hate when people want to say stupid shit and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. There's that small part of land that's held by Russia. That's not a small part of land. Okay? It's all of that. That's how far Russia was able to push into the Ukraine before the Ukraine could put up realistic defenses. I know it's a huge part of land, but it's full of ores, uranium. No, since no one can help the Ukraine, they're just forcing people to die. Dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The fucking Ukrainian forces are stacking up Russian bodies faster than they're dying. Like, no offense, man. Let me help you out. You've said 2 really fucking wrong things about the war in the Ukraine. Go read. Go do a lot of reading. Go do a lot of reading. Okay? because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And this is not the show to stumble into and be like, I have an opinion and I'm allowed to have an opinion. Because your opinion is fucking dog shit. Yeah, Russia has stacked over 1 million dead conscripts. Russia they sent in their military, they got stopped, they pulled their military back, and they sent in released criminals and conscripts. That means if the Ukraine surrenders now, Russia takes 2 to 5 years to rebuild and then invades again. So you need to not have an opinion. I'm not one of these bleeding heart liberals that says everyone's entitled to an opinion. When you say 2 really dumb things back to back, I'm the guy that's going to tell you to go read a lot of books, to go do a lot of studying. Like, they should just give up that little bit of land, 20% of their country, but not just 20% of their country, 20% of their country and a big fucking 50% chunk of good grain land, minerals, noble gases. Yeah, let's give them that, and then let's keep the other 80% where it decimates our economy. Like, you don't even know the death counts. You're like, Ukraine is forcing those people to die. Some of them, yeah. Some of them, absolutely. They're an invaded nation. I want to remind you, America drafted people to go fight offensive wars. We have never been invaded in modern times. We have never drafted to fight modern wars. We drafted people to go end slavery. We drafted people to go to Vietnam. If we got invaded right now, every 18-year-old male is in the draft lottery.
Power will constantly seek a new balance. We must adapt to change. Nevertheless, we should not allow the rise of hard power to blind us. The power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong. So let me get to my second part. From the situation to possible solutions or things that we could do together. Never before in history has humankind had such means of innovations at its disposal to solve the world's most pressing problems. However, the current direction is wrong in so many ways. There are more wars than at any time since World War II. The world is becoming increasingly divided. And so are our societies, and the measures to deal with climate change and sustainable development are lagging behind. In different parts of the world, we're witnessing immense civilian suffering and blatant disrespect for humanitarian principles. For me as a Finn, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine not only reminds me of our past, but is directly linked to the security of the part of the world where I live. On the other hand, there is aggression and total disregard for civilian life, and an attempt to undermine the fundamental principles on which the international order is based. On the other hand, there's a bastion of freedom that is defending its right to exist and to make its own choices. The battle for what consequences we will draw from this aggression is not yet over. Recently, there's been serious attempts at diplomatic solutions of the war on the initiative of the United States. There are no perfect solutions to wars. At the same time, we know that any decision made in these matters will have far-reaching consequences in Ukraine and beyond. There can hardly be a stronger unifying interest among the UN's broad membership than our opposition to the wars of conquest. Aggression must not be rewarded. Accountability for the most serious international crimes must be pursued. In the Middle East, civilians in Gaza are experiencing immense suffering. The deepening humanitarian crisis has reached unbearable levels and represents a failure of the international system.
That was such a power move right there. And what he said is, in the Middle East, Gaza, he basically laid at the feet of all the Middle Eastern countries, hey, this is your problem. Have you noticed that when people talk about Gaza, they don't associate it with the Middle East?
At the same time, Hamas continues to hold the hostages it has taken, and many have already lost their lives. An immediate ceasefire is needed in Gaza. That has been reiterated from this podium many times today and yesterday. Humanitarian aid must be granted safe and unhindered access. The hostages must be released. I commend the efforts led by France and Saudi Arabia to advance the two-state solution. The negotiations must meet the Israeli and Palestinian security needs and Palestinian right to self-determination, its legitimate aspiration for statehood and sovereignty. The occupation that began in 1967 must end, and all permanent status issues must be resolved. Correspondingly, the countries that have not recognized Israel must do so. At the same time, the international community must...
Okay, so if you didn't see my video on this, this is one place that I think he went like off the important part. Israel doesn't need any other countries to recognize it. In order to be recognized as a country, you have to have UN membership, or you technically aren't a recognized country. But everyone knows that the Vatican, the Holy See, is a country. Most of America's allies recognize Kosovo as a country, even though it doesn't have UN membership at all. And then Palestine and the Holy See both have UN member observer status. So, 143 countries actually recognize Palestine politically as a country. But without UN membership, legally, it's not a country. I think he's going to hint on where it's better to go this way, but he shouldn't have said they need to recognize Israel, because who gives a shit if they recognize Israel? Nobody says Israel's not a country.
Support and strengthen the Palestinian Authority for it to govern the entire Palestinian territory effectively. This is the only viable option for achieving a two-state solution. A stable Palestine will also significantly benefit the security of Israel. In many parts of the world, conflicts are raging, causing immense suffering locally, instability regionally, and reverberations globally. We've witnessed particularly brutal violence in Sudan, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Haiti, Myanmar, and Mali, among others. Civilian populations continue to face famine and displacement at a large scale. And sometimes I feel that we end up looking at conflicts only that are near to us. But I think the job of the UN is to look at all of them with equal determination. I praise all those who, in good faith, continue to work for peace despite the daunting task. In June, a peace agreement was reached for the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The true test, like with all peace agreements, lies in its implementation. Does it stick? There's a humanitarian crisis of alarming proportions that compels us, all of us, to respond. Peace processes should not be transactional. They must be guided by international law. All countries and stakeholders in the region must be engaged and committed to achieve sustainable peace. The presence and involvement of the UN is essential. I would also like to stress the crucial work carried out by journalists amid conflicts and in other difficult circumstances. Attacks on members of the media are unacceptable.
He's only talking about one country here, just so we know.
Media freedom is the basis for democracy. It is a prerequisite for an open society. The ability of the press to carry out its work is important for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the composition of the UN still largely reflects the world of 1945.
He's about to cook here, so if you're not familiar with the UN, this is where you want to lend him your ears for about 4 minutes.
As the world has changed drastically, so should the decision-making at the UN. Last year, in this very hall, I argued for a reformed Security Council, a council where currently underrepresented regions would have a stronger voice through permanent seats at the table. The number of permanent members should be increased in the UN Security Council. At least there should be 2 new seats for Asia, 2 for Africa. I think I'm going to say this every year because it's the only place where I get applause. No single state should have a veto power. And if a member of the Security Council violates the UN Charter, its voting rights should be suspended. I believe that these changes at the top of the UN are necessary in order to maintain the UN's central role in international relations. At the same time, a more comprehensive reform of the UN is needed. I commend the Secretary General for his UN 80 initiative, and I encourage him to take bold and ambitious action. So Finland strongly supports the UN and wants it to succeed. Therefore, we stress the need for true reform to enhance the organization's credibility, relevance, and efficiency. This will ensure that the UN can act. The UN needs to focus its efforts on its most important goals: ending and preventing wars, protecting human rights, and acting as a catalyst for sustainable development. And also, we need to get the UN back into peace mediation. I would argue that one of the reasons that we have so many wars right now is that the UN is absent from peace mediation. No other organization can offer the legitimacy comparable to that of the UN.
The problem is the UN can't offer legitimacy in its current state. Because, let me let him finish.
If the UN is absent, conflicts are not resolved without it, which is not in our common interests. The UN is needed as a mediator, and the member states should support it at this endeavor. Finally, Finland is strongly engaged in the work of the UN and will remain so. Therefore, we're also standing for election to the Security Council for the term of 2029 to 2030. Should we be elected, Finland pledges to be a principled and pragmatic partner for peace. We are principled in our commitment to international law with the Charter at its core. We are pragmatic in seeking solutions that truly advance international peace and security, recognizing that progress is often incremental. At the outset of my speech, I said that each and every one of us...
the problem becomes... It's great that you want to change the UN. And I'm going to say this, and we've got to go down the warmonger route because we have to face the reality. The moment that anybody tries to tell the the moment that anybody tries to tell the United States anything, we're literally in that scene in the movie The Crow. I see you've made your decision. Now let's see you enforce it. We have more aircraft carriers than the rest of the world combined. We have the largest and second largest air forces in the world. We literally have nuclear submarine technology where we can track every one of the other countries' submarines on this planet, and they have no idea we're behind them. So, at the end of the day, what do we do with a world where doesn't the U.S. have plans to invade The Hague if necessary or to disobey The Hague if U.S. nationals are brought before it? Yes. We have a standing military response of what we will do if The Hague ever attempts to apprehend any of our political leader or military leadership, because we did not sign the charter of the International Criminal Court. So therefore, we do not recognize its authority. So the Hague attempting to apprehend an American citizen will be viewed as kidnapping. I think it's really, really important that we look at a really scary number. Yeah, sanctions would be the only thing that you could do to the United States, and we'll literally laugh at your sanctions, because if you sanction us, we won't buy your shit. And if you force us to become self-sufficient, we'll become self-sufficient. Sorry, I'm pulling a piece of data real quick. Sake. All right, so I want you to see a quick list of military hardware, right? And just the absolute what the fuckery. So this is a list of all the fighter aircraft on the planet. No, China can't be one of our greatest allies, because as you heard the president of Finland talk about values, we have radically different values than China. This is fighter aircraft in the world. So the United States can this is combat. Yeah, this is interceptor and fighter aircraft. This is not bomber aircraft. The United States can absolutely body the next people down. And I just went by sheer number. We're not talking about technological capability. It takes 3, 4, and 5 together to get anywhere near our number. And most of those countries, what they don't get is we'll box with you. I read no, that's a great question. You can't force an aircraft to land. Hold on one second, I'll be right back. So, when you have diplomatic immunity, we can't, because we're not adherents to the treaty of the International Criminal Court, we can't arrest you and send you to the ICC if you're here on a diplomatic passport. Nor are we going to allow anybody to apprehend you in our country, because only we do law enforcement in our country. We don't even really like it's great that you see in the movies, like you'll see this great cooperation between like Interpol and the United States and the FBI. Yeah, that's cool and all, but the reality of it is Interpol's there to give information to the FBI. The FBI executes the arrest, and then we do what we do. Generally, it's like we do the arrest. If you're a foreign nation and you come, like Mexico doesn't send the federales into the United States to execute arrests because we'll fuck them up too. So no, you're not going to have the Prime Minister of Israel flying over your country and then say you have to land, because he's going to say get fucked. Not just not going to do that. The only problem is the importance of drones makes a lot of the current numbers feel off. It's great that you have tanks. Nobody said anything about tanks. Nobody gives a shit about tanks. The United States does not give a flying fuck about tanks anymore. We pretty much, if you read Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink, he's in several parts of the book, he's going to talk about really just the pain in the ass that tanks are. Tanks are slow, they're noisy, you can't get them into position. Given the fact that we can get much better support for ground troops from aircraft and drones than we can from tanks. No, we care about drones, but yeah, it's becoming too easy for a singular soldier to take out a tank. That's the problem. A Switchblade drone can cripple a tank. Because remember, a tank has 3 key weak points. Weak point 1 is the treads. If you disable it, no, it wouldn't be hard to get a drone over here, because you would bring them in, you wouldn't fly them here. You'd smuggle them in and use them. A tank, if its optics can be taken out, it's ineffective. If its treads can be taken out, it's ineffective. And if you can damage the turret in the turret in any way, it's useless. We don't rely on tanks anymore. We also don't want to ever be in a long, protracted ground war. You have tanks. We don't want to deploy tanks anymore. We'll deploy fighters, or we'll hit your targets with naval assets. We can fucking blow a tank up from the water. Like, get fucked. We don't want that. The problem is there is no version of the world right now. The only version of the world that doesn't involve the United States making decisions for the world, which I absolutely hate, is you could try to do a United Nations 2 and not invite the United States. But then that would involve United Nations 2, the new United Nations, actually fighting their own wars. Now, I saw somebody said, how many of those use US? When I showed this list, somebody said, how many of those countries use US hardware? A lot of them. But the problem is, and I want to remind everybody of this, we sell you technology knowing full well what technology we sold you. If you ever turn around and bite the hand that feeds you, you're going to quickly find out that our version of the same thing you fly isn't identical. It's why we have version numbers and model numbers. Well, we do sell our new stuff. We sell the F-35 to our allies. Our allies have the F-35. They just don't have the F-22. They also don't. We sold them the F-35. They don't have all the cool fucking aftermarket. Yeah, we sold shit, man. Lots of countries are in the F-35 program. Lots of countries are. Yeah, and that therein lies, Grumpy Old Man just hit the nail on the head. Why does a United Nations without the United States not work? Well, the European Union could have stopped fucking Russia from invading Crimea. They didn't. The US also only, yeah, we have Grandpa Buff. Fucking Grandpa Buff now fires cruise missiles. Like, Jesus Christ, man. The B-52 is going to be at the USS Enterprise retirement ceremony. Like, holy shit. But here's the trick to that. I don't want the United States to have to be the boogeyman. I don't want the United States to be the world's fucking bully. I want the United States to literally be like every other nation and only devote 5% of its GDP to its national defense. But I also think, and forgive me because I understand that warmongering is not a good look. But there's an awful lot of countries out there who need to be reminded of just who the fuck the United States is. Like, we need Congress to sign a fucking declaration of war against the next asshole who tests us and say Geneva Conventions, Geneva Suggestions. Like, what we no shit need, right? What we absolutely need is we need a fucking an enemy that gets told, like, that starts some shit with us so that we can just queue this up.
Change of plans. Ignore your original objective. Leave nothing alive.
Like, the United States needs a 21st century ass whooping so people can look and say, what the fuck did, like, the country of Fuckdatistan just killed 6 American GIs. And before the United Nations even gets together to talk about it, before NATO's like, if you invoke Article 5, we'll go to war with you. And I want the president to be able to say, against who? Oh, Fuckdatistan, they just killed 6 years. Wait, who? You guys are using yesterday's Atlas. And then I want fucking CNN and the BBC and Al Jazeera to be like, and the United States has turned Fuckdatistan into the moon. The only known survivors of Fuckdatistan are people who weren't in the country at the time. Because right now, like, why would Russia respect the United States? Yeah, that was a stand. Why would Russia respect the United States? Why would Libya? Why would Syria? Why would, like, Hezbollah, Houthis? Like, you shoot at our drones and we let you do it. You shoot at our drones, we splash down your aircraft. You drop flares on our drone and you cause it to crash, we blow you up. Like, my response would be to the military, those assets cost a lot of money. So if anybody fucks with them when they're in the air, you put an F-22 on their ass, you tell them to eject. Not to land, not to go home, eject. I would recommend ejecting now because in 5 seconds, I send over a missile. You can eject and our search and rescue will be happy to pick you up and give you a ride home, or you can die. Which one would you like? Because you don't even see the 2 more F-22s that are at an upward angle just looking at you. Like, you shot at our drone. We're taking away your plane now. When Iran started their last round of shit, I would have just been like, you remember Operation Praying Mantis? That's gonna look like the polite response. I'm going to sink every naval vessel you have. You can choose to... In 24 hours, I'm going to sink every naval vessel you have. You can choose to pull them into port and get everybody the fuck off of them, or you can choose to put them out at sea. It's not going to matter to me. I can sink them with 0 sailors on board. I can sink them with men, women, and children on board. I don't give a shit. They're getting sunk. You got the Houthi rebels fucking shooting fucking missiles at shipping lanes. I would just call up the Yemeni government and be like, hey, you guys are in the middle of a civil war. We actually have some rules about getting involved in civil wars. So what I need you to do is I just need you to give me a list of 300 strategic targets on that side of the country that you would like to not exist anymore because they're no longer in your control. I'm not getting involved in your civil war. I'm just going to take out 300 targets over there. They can be people, they can be infrastructure, they can be whatever. What do you want me to hit? 300. I know it's a long list. I get it. You got it? Okay, I'm gonna hit all those targets. And today, the United States killed 57,000 people. Well, fuck them. And tomorrow, there's no fucking bombing of the shipping lane. Oh, holy shit. Imagine that. Well, we'll continue to do it. I'm sure you think it's all well and good to have the most powerful military in the world, but the fact remains the only war the U.S. has won was its own civil war, so maybe you need to rethink your military strategy. That's really interesting. I think there's a couple of more. I think World War I and World War II, the first Gulf War and the second Gulf War, all fall into that. Because are you about to talk out your ass and say it was the United States and its allies? Because please don't go down that route. Because I'm about to fucking tell you that the Europeans in my community will all tell you that without the United States, Hitler bodies the rest of Europe in 6 months. Just so we're clear, without the United States, Hitler finishes off Britain and France, turns his whole fucking army towards Russia, and wins that shit too. If you don't believe the United States saved Europe's ass in not one world war but two, you ain't ever read a fucking history textbook. Nobody disputes this. If Japan doesn't piss off the United States doesn't get involved in the war. Period. I love when people say shit like the only war the U.S. has won is our own civil war. I wasn't aware we lost the War of 1812. We were legitimately a country, not a confederation, a country for just about 15 years. We beat Britain's ass so bad that we kicked them all the way down the fucking enemy spectrum, and they ended up right back behind us as our greatest ally ever since then. Where do these uneducated, illiterate, punk-ass motherfuckers, who the only history textbook they've ever been exposed to is the one that their mom hit them with because dad wasn't there? People point to the U.S. entering World War I in the last year, but the U.S. was bankrolling the Allies the entire time. Well, Britain was preoccupied during 1812. You are correct. I guess Britain shouldn't have tried to start shit with the fucking colonies that had kicked their ass as a ragtag bunch of fucking rebels with some French help, of course. Be like, why'd you start a fucking war? But yeah, the U.S. didn't enter the World War I until the last year. What would have happened if we didn't enter that war? You ever notice, though, that people want to make their, like, one fucking comment and then they're feverishly using ChatGPT? Shit, I fucking picked a fight with a history guy. Fuck! People, they just hurt my head. They really do. This is why I think there needs to be a test for you to be able to even go online. And I don't even try to pull the cop out. Hey, Carthos, I could turn around and say the U.S. didn't lose the Vietnam War. Let's test Carthos. Why can I say the U.S. didn't lose the Vietnam War? See if he gets it. I bet you we will. Video game maker Electronic Arts is nearing a deal to go private in what would be likely the largest leverage buyout of all time. Saudi Arabia's public investment fund is one of the investors. Cool. EA sucks anyway. Anyway, Karthos may be busy. Technically, we've never lost a war. Because Vietnam and Korea weren't wars. Now, I don't go that route. As a veteran, we got our asses kicked. But I also want to say this. We lost Vietnam because we didn't take the leash off of the bigger, meaner dog. Oh, did I mean the fact that the South Vietnam didn't actually ally with us, so instead we were there in a peacekeeping capacity? That one, yes, but it's also that there was no Korean War, there was no Vietnam War, because in America, for us to have a war, we have to have a declaration of war. Yeah, we could have won Vietnam. The problem is, you are absolutely right. To win Vietnam would have meant, yeah, they were both police actions. To win Vietnam, you're right, we would have been fucking stacking up war crimes, because both Vietnam specifically, how do you win against an enemy that you chase into a village and then you have no idea which men are in the military and which men are in just members of the town? Yeah, there was not enough public support for the Vietnam War either. That, of course, is always a big problem. But it's like people say wars that we haven't won. Like, we didn't win the Mexican-American War where we got Mexico. Like, how do we turn around and say we didn't win? We fought wars all over the place. Yeah, that's Israel's problem right now. Well, Israel's problem right now is, yeah, the Korean War, technically, I rack up the Korean War as a loss. I always rack up the Korean War as a loss. It technically was a stalemate, but I rack up the Korean War because we didn't win, and we were militarily a dominant power. But yeah, you notice that people come in and they have their like one stupid fucking comment, and then they realize how fucking dumb they are. Like, look, man, if you're gonna pick a fucking stream to go into and talk about history, don't pick a history major. Don't pick a veteran. And for fuck's sake, don't pick a history major who's a veteran. Like, it's like going into a fucking gunfight with a water pistol. You weren't even smart enough to bring something dangerous like a knife. The Mexican-American War was not guaranteed a fair either. We could have easily ended up with Mexico being larger than the US. Oh yeah, the Mexican-American War, we could have lost that shit. You could also argue that the Korean War led the Chinese Communist Party to consolidate more power, even though they got their asses kicked. Unfortunately, you are absolutely right. The Korean War is a big blunder of geopolitics in the Asian theater. We shouldn't have. What we did is we ultimately created the enemy that we're still facing today. Like, the fucking mouthpiece who was here a minute ago, what the fuck is Russia gonna do to us? Russia went from being the second most powerful military in the world to being the second most powerful military in Ukraine. Like, is Russia, like, what could Russia do to us? Like, somebody might say, oh, they could nuke us. Do you realize that Russia's nuclear doctrine is saturation, and 2/3 of their ICBM complement is inert right now? Like, Russia can't fuel enough missiles to be a threat. We can intercept everything they send over. They could nuke Europe. Fuck Europe. Honestly, fuck Europe. Europe should have done more shit about Russia. Russia has been using payload rockets as air defense decoys right now in Ukraine. You know, Russia just, if we would just give the Ukraine one squadron of air to ground assets, Ukraine could body up Russia in the better part of 2 weeks. Yeah, there's a good chance that what the intelligence says is that they have in and around the 1,000 number. But to understand Russia's numbers, Russian missiles, Russian ICBMs, they need to launch approximately 10 to hit the target of their choice. If they launch 10, they will hit 2 targets, one of their choice and one not of their choice. 3 won't even launch. 1 will go out into space and the second stage won't activate, so they'll literally have just launched a nuke out and it's going to just keep going. So 3 don't even launch. 1 goes into space and doesn't turn around. 1 turns around and just goes into an ocean, right? Of the remaining 5, there's a whole series of this'll happen. They want to hit Chicago. They got to launch 10 missiles. 1 will hit Chicago. 1 will hit Gurnee, Illinois. The rest will fucking go away, be intercepted, whatever. That's why we don't even have to worry. And that's giving them, and that number only works when they can launch thousands of missiles. A world without Europe and the Middle East sounds pretty peaceful. Well, a world without Europe due to Russian nuclear weapons means a world without Russia either, because Russia knows that they can't. See, the funny part is Russia knows they can't nuke Europe. Russia can't nuke Europe because of how the fallout will travel. So Russia's gone in that scenario too. But yeah, as far as when people start talking this mad shit, when they're like, you might want to check your history. Yeah, the funny part is that you might want to actually study some fucking history. The only war the U.S. has won was its own civil war. Except we've lost 2 police engagements. And 1 was a stalemate. France's nuclear doctrine is insanity. But they only have 290 warheads. Are there any nuclear powers that don't hold to the MAD doctrine? In theory, say what you want without the U.S. World War I and World War II, but it turned out different, no shit, but also turned out different without the Soviet Union, but that's typical American culture. Hey, numbnuts, it's good that it took you that long. Without the U.S. involvement, and I love when people say typical American culture. Should I give him the joke now? Should I give you the fucking joke now that you say traditional American culture? I'm a dual citizen. They're Skippy. So it's not American culture. Without the U.S., World War I and World War II would have turned out different. No shit. So that's 4 wars we've won. That's the American Revolution. That's the War of 1812. That's World War I and that's World War II. You kind of got lost there jerking off over your Cheetos. You didn't mention the first Gulf War, the second Gulf War, the Mexican-American War. What about those? Russia was the only nation willing to sacrifice enough bodies to beat Germany. Dude, please make those Please let me know that those. I love to know if those chaps are assless chaps. That would probably are they assless chaps? That would be the coup de grace on my fucking Friday show. A guy fucking talking shit. Oh, hold on a second. You know what gets even better for me? What gets even better for me is when this is the sort of numbnuts that doesn't know shit about shit. Okay? The sort of fucking numbnuts doesn't know shit about shit, comes into my channel, talks that mad shit, and the only fucking button they have on their fucking channel is a fucking donations page. How the fuck is this how you behave? And it's PayPal. You don't, dude, you have this set up to take, you have your real fucking name. You run around the fucking internet acting like a fucking clown with your real fucking name. Holy fuck, are you dumb? Holy fuck, are you a special kind of fucking stupid? Holy fuck. Don't ever fucking sign up with PayPal with your real fucking name if you're gonna run around and act like an asshole to people. Especially like when you shit on Americans in a channel. And you're gonna be like, typical American culture, while I have my fucking goddamn real life name and PayPal. Canadians, this numbnuts is yours. It's gonna get even better in a second. Did this numbnuts not stream in so long? This motherfucker is so just hating on life altogether. He's got his fucking picture, his name, 2 pictures of him, and his name on the internet. And he's running around acting like a dickhead. And he's gonna wonder why some American is gonna fuck up his life. Holy fuck, man. You can't make up this level of stupid. Yeah, thank you, TWO. Only 15 years out of our whole history have we been at peace. Holy fuck. This guy hasn't streamed in so long that he doesn't even show up on a Twitch tracker. So, someone, oh, looking at the guy, no wonder he's upset. This has not been a fun life. Oh, yeah. Probably a bad fucking channel to run into on a Friday afternoon where a guy who does internet research is fucking bored. Oh, that's just fuck. I almost want to fucking send him $1 because of the fucking entertainment. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, man. Canadian with assless chaps. Canadian with assless chaps wants to talk some mad shit. That made my whole that makes the rest of my afternoon just fucking smile. This credit score. Can you even finance a Hershey bar? Cartos, check for warrants and shit. Check for warrants. Can we get paid today? Please let me, please, Jesus, I beg of you, let there be a warrant. Because it only gets funny because it'll be, it'll only be better. Oh my God. Oh my God. Anyway, guys, So this guy shows up in my Twitch chat, and he's wearing assless chaps, and he doesn't know the first thing about American history. And then I saw his face, and we got his name because he hasn't streamed for so long. By the way, just so everybody knows, the reason why you never accept donations through a PayPal, I'm gonna give you guys all this so you can tell a streamer. If you ever click on a streamer's donation link and it takes you right to a PayPal, they don't want to do it that way, and here's why. Because unless you are a 503c, under PayPal's rules, you cannot be a charitable organization. Which means, fucking Wolfagar, let me cook, goddammit, I'm cooking here. So what happens is somebody makes a $1 donation to you personally, and they see that it processes. Well, since you're not a charitable organization, then they come along and they do a chargeback, and that costs you the $1, and it costs you the processing fee on the $1 you got, and it costs you $20. What you want to do is you always want to go through SEPay, or I use SEPay, but you can go through any third-party processor you want, because what happens, come on. What happens is, instead of, oh shit, that doesn't work anymore. I gotta fix that. I'll fix that right now. So what happens is you want to use SEPay. So when they go through, you're paying them. They take a processing cut. They send me the rest. If you charge back, you charge back to them. They'll obviously want their money back from me, but I don't have to deal with the chargeback. They take care of it. So if you know a streamer and you ever see them accepting personal donations, tell them don't do that because they're gonna get fucked by it. I got fucked by it early on, but luckily I petitioned against the chargeback and I won all my chargebacks, and then I immediately got rid of that shit. I didn't even realize I had made it public. Somebody wanted to donate when I was doing ArcAge stuff, so I learned that lesson and fixed that right away. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I wasn't feeling well this week and I got behind on YouTube videos, so I have to make a YouTube video. I will see you guys $20 per dispute. Yep, it's $20 processing. I will be back tomorrow for some video games. Also next week, I have a show on Monday. I have a show on Monday for politics, and then starting on by the way, Monday's my birthday. We're celebrating the big fuck it. It's too many numbers. And then starting on Tuesday until I beat it, I'm on Final Fantasy Tactics. So, and I got to beat Tactics within like a week because then I go on vacation and then I'm back for the rest of the year. It's my last vacation. I will see you guys tomorrow. I have the same birthday as your dog. Man, I'd rather have the same birthday as the bionic cat.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you